There we can see methane and ozone are the second and third most important greenhouse gases in the atmosphere after carbon dioxide. And greenhouse gases and their precursors contribute an effective rated forcing of 3.84 watts per square meter over the industrial era. Methane is 14% and ozone is 12%, and both together comprise 26% of the total effective rated forcing. So again, given the short lifetime associated with this species, there is significant room for effective actions. Okay, let's talk about global methane emissions. And global methane emissions are estimated to be 576 teragrams per year, and roughly 60% is attributed to anthropogenic sources. And that posing a significant challenge because world population is growing at a high rate. The population right now is about 7.8 billions. And another point important here is that this 60% is made up from agriculture and waste and fossil fuels. Okay, so a few words about the impacts of air quality on public health. So here, the Global Burden Disease Assessment estimated global mortality increased from 2.3 million in 1990 to 4.5 million in 2019. This 18% represents 365,000 deaths, being greatest in the super region here of the East Asia and Southeast Asia. The total global mortality due to ambient and indoor population in 2019 was 6.8 million, and right now is about 7 million deaths. Okay, one more thing it's important to mention here is that compound events such as heat waves, extreme waves like heat waves or drought are exacerbating the ozone formation. So I briefly present the case of Santiago, a city that was designated as a non-attainment area for ozone in 1996, and the ozone standard there is permanently exceeded over the last 2 decades. So in the right panel, in the up right panel, we have the ozone trends since 1997, and we can see that after 2016, the ozone has an increasing trend. And those trends is highly driven by the higher values. So in the right lower panel, we see that the higher values of ozone concentration are driving these trends, and the rate is about 0.5 ppb per year. And we hypothesize that the increasing is not also caused by high emissions, increasing emissions, but also is driven by heat waves that have doubled in the last decade, since 2010 to 2019. Okay, just a few words about Tropospheric Ozone Assessment Report, an initiative from the International Global Atmospheric Chemistry. TOR community is TOR is a community of 300 scientists from over 35 countries. Among other goals, we aim to provide globally consistent metrics for analysis of health, vegetation, and climate impacts from ozone air pollution. And to do so, TOR is building a data portal that contribute with satellite data, aircraft, surface, and other remote sensing data. So here I also listed the current working groups, and I highlighted those that I think are directly related to this health activity. So one more message from the IPCC. I think this is another nice figures that shows the important contribution of methane and ozone. Here we have the impact, sorry, the contribution to the temperature relative to industrial era, and the future contribution of these short-lived climate forces is crucial to limit the warming to 1.5 Celsius degree. So let me conclude with this final remark. Methane mitigation offers a way of rapidly reducing the rate of near-term warming. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo. That was a fantastic overview, really highlighting what's been known about the relationship between methane, ozone, and then, of course, the interaction between the near-term warming, ozone, and health impacts, particularly the global and some of the regional scale impacts. What we want to do now with this panel that I'm going to introduce really is to delve in and think about the major sectors of methane emission: oil and gas, landfill and waste, and in the ag space, livestock. To start thinking then more about, okay, if we broaden out our understanding of health impacts as we think about methane reduction and methane reduction strategies, what are some of the other considerations? So we have a great panel with us. Down at the end is Adrian Fernandez. He's the Executive Director of Iniciativa Climática de Mexico, apologies, a nonprofit organization he founded that promotes climate change mitigation efforts through grant-making, convenings, and advocacy in Mexico. Adrian's been working for more than 30 years on air pollution and climate change, serving as the Director General of Environmental Management and Information within Mexico's Ministry of the Environment, Director General of Local and Global Pollution, and President of the National Institutes of Ecology, and he's published extensively on air pollution, environmental health, and toxic substances. Carolina Urbaneta is the Director of the Circular Economy Program for the Global Methane Hub, and has worked for the last 15 years on climate change and sustainability. Prior to joining the Hub, she served as the head of climate change for the government of Chile, where she led efforts towards transformative public policies such as climate change framework law, which received unanimous congressional approval and put the country on a path to carbon neutrality by 2050. Congratulations. She was also instrumental in Chile's long-term environmental strategy, and Chile is one of the first countries to include circular economy goals in its climate change commitments. And to my left is Todd Crane. He's a principal scientist in the Sustainable Livestock Systems Program at the International Livestock Research Institute, or ILRI. He leads an interdisciplinary research centered around social dimensions of climate change adaptation and mitigation in livestock systems. And this research ranges from analyzing the burdens and benefits of adaptation and mitigation practices within households to science policy interactions and the politics of climate investment. So I'm going to begin with a series of questions, and we're just going to go through the panel. And I just want to begin and ask you all the same question, which is a very simple one, which is from where you sit, your background, your organization, how do you think about this nexus between methane and health? And I'll start with you, Adrian, and we'll go this way, and you'll need to turn that on. Turn it, yeah, I turned it off. Yes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you understand me? There will be a test at the end. Hello, let me start by thanking our host here, the Wellcome Trust and EDF. In particular, I want to thank Sara and Sergio Sanchez, two of our many dear colleagues at EDF, with which we have had the privilege of working for many years. Also, allow me to recognize the presence of my dear friend Gustavo Alanis, the head of the Mexican Center for Environmental Law, and his team. A few colleagues of him are here. SEMDA, the Center, and ICM and other NGOs have been working intensively trying to advance the mitigation agenda in Mexico, and in particular, the methane agenda. This is a relatively new agenda, and believe me that over the last 3 or 4 years, with the strong support of EDF and other international agencies, Mexico has made significant progress in paper so far, but that's the first step. Developing provisions and standards for the control of methane emissions. In this initial intervention, I'm gonna talk a little bit about health and methane, but allow me to spend 1 or 2 minutes just bringing you from a top-down perspective. The climate agreement, the Paris Agreement, it is a science-based agreement. This is very important because methane is perhaps a unique case in which, although the scientific community knew for a long time about the huge global warming potential, I would say that the latest recent discoveries with new monitoring techniques about the extent and the scale of the leakage of methane in many countries, that shows that there has been a significant underestimation of the relative importance of methane in the inventories of many countries, but that also opens tremendous opportunities for controlling methane for many reasons. Over the last few years, we are recognizing the benefits of controlling and avoiding leakage of methane for economic reasons. But today we are here to explore a relatively new area, which is the significant co-benefits of controlling methane in the health field. We heard in the video the proven participation of methane emissions in the photochemical processes that form ozone and other photochemical oxidants. And we know that in many cities, certainly in the largest cities in Mexico, we have a prevalent, a chronic problem of high levels of ozone. There has been important progress over the last 30 years in reducing air pollution in Mexico City and in other cities. But we are still experiencing exposure to levels of ozone that are well above the international health standards too often. Therefore, we have to look hard at every source of ozone precursors. And this is one of the main reasons why we really need to identify and reduce all the emissions of methane which participate in the regional air quality in which the largest cities are located. So this is one of the main reasons why we have to work on this. Let me also briefly mention that as a result of the growing understanding about the role of methane, in this case in Mexico, by the way, the importance of methane, the participation in our national inventory, it coincides with the global inventory. About 1/4 of Mexico's emissions come from methane, and as we all know, because it's a short-lived climate forcer, we have tremendous opportunities to reduce emissions in the short term and to have a huge potential benefit in the global climate. Because of the work of the NGOs, domestic and international organizations like EDF, the government of Mexico has recently recognized methane control as one of the top priorities in our NDC, and very recently the Mexican president announced a $2 billion investment into reducing and controlling the leakages of methane in oil and gas facilities, mainly onshore. So we should be partially proud, both international and domestic NGO community, that the work of the last 6 years is beginning to pay off. But there's a lot much work to be done. Let me stop here my first intervention. We will talk more about health and methane in the second opportunity. Thank you again for having us here.
Thank you, Adrian. And Carolina, same question to you, thinking about it from perhaps a different perspective in a different sector.
No, thanks to host this event, and thanks to invite us. I came from the Global Methane Hub. We are a philanthropic effort. Now you can hear me?
You might, yeah.
Okay,
I'm sorry, they're like shouting over here, so you might need to shout too.
Okay. Yeah. We are a philanthropic effort in order to align funding on methane mitigation advocacy. We focus on oil and gas, agriculture, and waste. I'm the program director for circular economy and waste. And we drive coordination and collaboration between different initiatives. And what we want is support signatories and potential signatories of the global methane pledge to meet the goals and go beyond that. And when we talk about our approach, of course, we think that science is the most important thing, And when we talk with governments, for example, and also with other organizations, it is important to, I think, understand that we are talking about carbon neutrality by 2050. And we know, since we have the special report on 1.5, that non-CO2 and methane needs to be reduced by 34% by 2030 and 45% by 2040. So we are talking about this decade and the next one. So we need concrete implementation, and that is how we are talking with our partners. And when we want them, of course, to have ambitious regulation, and congrats to Mexico on that, we want also, and when we talk with them, we talk about cost-effective evaluation on mitigation action, and also the incorporation of co-benefits. And that, I think, it's so important because we have, for example, death, we have disease, we have crop losses, but we also know that this could affect forests, and plants. So you have a double effect, because if we want carbon neutrality, we need to mitigate our emissions, but we need also take care of our sinks. And if this also affect forest, well, we have a big issue here, because we are not going to get our goal, which is carbon neutrality, and for that we need to mitigate methane. So that's our approach. And when we talk about waste, and we're going to talk about this again, we are talking about co-benefits, and we are talking about communities. And I think in this sector, in the waste sector, we have a great opportunity, because citizens, we understand what is happening with waste. We understand it affects us. So what we need, and I'm going to talk about this later, is to bring the health ministry here. Because usually waste is something that we see, in the environment ministries. And we need to have the health ministry here also talking about this, and make that engagement with us. You talk about in Chile, we have this climate change framework law, which is a huge thing, because we have there the goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. And it was signed by 17 ministries. One of them was the health ministry. And we were on pandemic, so it was like, really? You want to talk with me about anything what is not COVID? And it was like, yes, we need to talk about this. We need your engagement on this. Now we have to implement that, but at least we have good news from that.
Great, thank you. Yes, we should come back to the health ministries and how we better engage them. Todd, same question to you.
Sure. At the International Livestock Research Institute based in Nairobi, Kenya, its mandate is to do research for development in the agricultural sector, specifically around livestock. So we conduct a range of environmental, epidemiological, and socioeconomic research related to livestock and development. But I would use as an entry point the methane issue. I think we're all familiar with methane from livestock as an issue. So we have a lot of environmental research understanding the real emissions and emissions factors from African livestock systems, which have never really before been characterized. So we're using that as an entry point to understand methane at a global environmental issue, but then when we look at practices that come down to households and communities, we can start to see the connection with human health and environmental health. Hillary also has a very strong One Health Center, recently founded just a couple of years ago, that's getting at the nexus of environmental health, animal health, and human health. So we have a lot of different entry points around this. I would say, maybe I don't want to preempt the next questions and getting into the specifics, but there are a lot of different potential ways of linking it through human health through nutrition from livestock products, from environmental health in terms of soil quality that comes with better manure management, which is averted emissions, not methane, nitrous oxide, but it's still important human health outcomes. And then, of course, the epidemiological link that comes with the One Health, which again links to productivity and nutrient efficiency in production of meat and milk.
Great. So let's get right into it then, in terms of thinking about some of these opportunities to advance the intersection between methane and health. And Adrian, I'm going to come back to you because you gave this great kind of top-level framework, and then saying this is a new field, this is a new area to kind of explore more deeply. Tell us what you see as some of those near-term opportunities from your perspective.
Well, using again the case of Mexico, it's a country that used to rely for decades on oil and gas for its development. Our reserves are going down, but the current government is betting big time again in oil and gas. This is a fact. We're fighting that, but while we're fighting that, the truth is that the oil and gas activities are increasing. And with that, the potential emissions of methane, the leakage of emissions is growing. In fact, due to the great work of EDF and others over the last few years, we have learned that the scale of the emissions that have not been accounted for in the national inventory are huge. And these developments have certainly called the attention of the authorities, and they are already looking at the opportunities to reduce emissions in those facilities where the largest leakages have been identified. Now, why is so important that we continue with advancement of our understanding on the linkages between methane and health? Because we need to provide more evidence, more details about the fact that, for instance, with the emission of methane in oil and gas facilities, normally there's other emissions associated, volatile organic compounds, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, among others, and some of which are very, very toxic. So not only in rural communities, in fact, some of the oil and gas facilities are near urban areas. And in addition of the potential exposure of large numbers of people, not just occupationally exposed people that work in these facilities, but people from the communities that are in these areas. So we are sure that they experience high exposures to a number of compounds that are toxic, and we need to do a better evaluation of that. If we do that, we will further support the case of scaling more and more the investments of the government in reducing the emissions of methane, because by doing so, we will be concurrently reducing the emissions of other pollutants, including toxics that affect directly human health. And as we have said earlier, also the reduction of ozone precursors, that have a tremendous regional impact on air pollution. There's an additional factor that we all are familiar with. Often, especially in developing countries like Mexico, well, it's an emerging economy, but in some areas is believe me, an emerging economy, is a developing country. We have accidents associated to the mishandling of oil and gas products, not only because of the let's say the use of infrastructure like pipes and valves and things like that, but also because in countries like Mexico we have a large presence of clandestine tapping into the oil pipes and gas pipes. So more often than in the past, we have huge explosions. So that's another reason why to reduce the use of methane, but certainly to reduce the emissions, the leakages, the escape of methane into the atmosphere, for yet this another clear link between methane and human health. Let me leave it here. I'm sure we will have time to discuss other aspects also when we go to the exchange with the people that are participating here. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Adrian. You put a lot on the table in terms of thinking through multi-pollutant approach. Carolina, opportunities that you see?
Yeah, I think a great opportunity here, and I totally agree on you, is that we are used to talk about methane, and about GHG data, considering our national inventories, which is a top-down approach. But now we have satellite data, and that is a different approach, because it's bottom-up. So you have concrete information on leakage, for energy or facilities from energy, and also from landfills. For agriculture is hard right now, but yes, we have that information, and that is so important because you could go with that to facility scale, like to look what you are doing there and to help them in order to reduce methane emission. I think that's a great opportunity. Of course, we need to match this data because it's not easy, because you are going to tell the private sector, the local governments and the national governments, well, your inventory is not right. We have this information. What we are going to do? We need to probably correct the emission factors or the activity data in order to have better estimations. And that is, I think, of course, it is a huge talent, but also it is a great opportunity because we have, for example, some great pilot experiment in some countries related with landfills. For example, in Los Angeles, we did a great case with Carbon Mapper, and they could relate the emissions of methane with the odor complaint, and it was great, because you could see there how to engage the landfill operator with community, and you could show that, and that is concrete results that we could work with communities and also with the facility operators. So I think that there we have a great opportunity.
Great, thank you. A really important issue that I think we want to explore further in the coming months, just getting at that more localized data, as you're saying, and I think also aligning it with the available health data so that we can actually understand what's going on the ground. Todd, you started in the opportunity space. Keep building on it.
Sure. When we're looking at the nexus of methane and health and rural development, I think there are a lot of opportunities. If we look in the African livestock sectors, there's a lot of opportunity for really improving on the nutrient use efficiencies and conversion efficiencies such that there's, for example, in the dairy system, there is more milk created per unit of methane produced, which is an obvious contributor to human health in terms of nutritional security. I also look at oddly, an opportunity to capture methane to help promote human health. In rural, semi-intensive dairy systems, biodigesters are a very promising technology to actually capture the methane from livestock manure, put it into the biodigester on a daily basis, and with the right enzymes, it starts to create a methane bubble that's kept in, and then this is used for household cooking. What's important here in terms of human health is what this is replacing. Methane in these systems, a biodigester system, is a household energy source that is typically replacing charcoal or wood, and usually a fairly enclosed kitchen in which many women spend many hours developing respiratory problems over the course of their lives, and of course many of these women have young babies with them in that time. So not only women, of course, their adult lives, but infants during the first years of their lives can spend a lot of time exposed to burning wood smoke and what comes off of charcoal when you burn it. So methane in this context is an exceptionally clean cooking fuel that leads to reduction of health problems in women and infants. Now, the one caveat here is in biodigesters we have to be very careful about leakage, because it does capture and concentrate methane. If it's controlled well and you get a clean burn, then all to the better. If there's significant leakage, then that is pure methane that just off-gasses right then and there. So that's an important caveat to know, but functioning biodigesters are really, I think, the most immediate concrete tie between methane management and human health. Noteworthy that the other product from the biodigester is the slurry, what remains of the manure that comes out. This is premium fertilizer for agricultural production. So this then goes back into soil health, which goes into crop productivity, which circles back around again in terms of circles back around again to human health through nutritional security.
Yeah, that was a great example. I just a short interjection. I had an opportunity to visit a biogas facility in central India where they were diverting 99% of their municipal and household food waste and converting it to compressed natural gas to replace their diesel buses, their diesel auto rickshaws, and to create a fertilizer stream. So similar, obviously with all the caveats that you presented. Adrian, so challenges in this space. I know there are a lot of them. What do you see as kind of the big barriers? And you can add how you think we're best to overcome them if you'd like.
Just that. This question gives me an opportunity to bring you back to the high-level policy challenges. I used to be a scientist, a hard science scientist. I still are, but I'm really into the policy interface. A few obvious suggestions. It has been mentioned the need for data, continuous data that allow us not just to track or let's say to build a strong baseline around countries, to go deeper, to a more detail into these relatively new findings of facilities that have much larger emissions than expected. Let's continue advancing in the detailed mapping of important countries. Second, I think we need some real-time monitoring, which is attached to some transparent mechanism for everybody to see. This is part of the overall climate transparency. Countries that need now to move into the implementation of their goals and promises and good intentions need to be accountable. And when we talk about methane reduction, methane mitigation, we are talking about perhaps the largest and most important opportunity to reduce global warming in the short term. Therefore, it is absolutely important that we have certainty about the progress that countries do in the control of methane in all the relevant sectors we're talking about. So, real-time monitoring, transparent accounting for everybody to see, that's fundamental. Let me finish my comment by making an advertisement, a brief one. So the Mexican government presented 3 days ago here an updated NDC. That's good news. We, civil society, will be working in making them accountable, ensuring that those good intentions in good faith materialized in actual reductions. A week ago, the civil society in Mexico, through the Mexican Climate Initiative, presented also an NDC for Mexico, an updated one. But this one has 600 pages of technical details, because that's what the Paris Agreement demands. It is related with data. We're talking about data, we're talking about monitoring, we're talking about science, we're talking about certainty. So my final message, or at least my message in this moment will be, we need to continue advancing the great work that many of you are doing in these areas of technical and science, because they provide relevant information for policy making in the first place, to make good policies, but more important, to make sure that we make governments accountable and that we all together track the progress we need, and by showing additional and demonstrated links between methane control and health benefits, we will be providing additional reasons for policymakers to continue making efforts and investments into methane control. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Carolina.
Well, thanks. I totally agree on that. And let's say that your sector, the energy sector, is the better one on data. If you talk about waste, well, we don't have enough information. So I have great news and an invitation. Tomorrow at the Science for Climate Action Pavilion at 11 o'clock, we are going to announce a waste methane assessment platform in order to have some kind of information like the one you have in the energy sector, because you have a lot of data there, and still you need more. I totally agree on that, so we are going to announce that. We are all invited, and I think, data and real-time monitoring is a huge talent here, and I will come back to my first intervention. I think the other one is that we need to work together with health ministries and also with local governments. And there we need to develop capacities in order to, because they, in the waste sector, they are the ones that are leading, the implementation. And we need to build capacity there in order to have concrete action. We have communities, we have environmental issues there, but we also need capacities. And we need capacities at local government level. So that is, I think, a huge talent in the waste sector.
Great, thank you. Todd?
Sure, I'm going to identify two challenges kind of at the micro scale and a macro scale. At the micro scale, the immediate challenge is identifying sort of on-farm practices that can contribute to reducing methane emission intensity, while also promoting farmers that are feasible by farmers that promote profitability, that are not putting undue burdens on women's labor, that are not or otherwise marginalizing them from income streams. So that's kind of at the farm scale. For example, going back to this discussion about biodigesters, it has a lot of promise, it has a lot of an array of co-benefits, but it costs, in Kenya, for example, it costs about $800 to install one. install one that's big enough for about 2 or 3 cows, which is what you might expect to see on a semi-intensive dairy system. That's a lot of money to be putting in up front for something that doesn't actually earn a return. People recognize the value of women's health and the impact that charcoal and wood have on that, but it doesn't make you money this year or next year. And so that's a very difficult economic investment to make. There are some programs around to try and reduce the price or do it at an installation plan to make it a bit more accessible. But again, it's finding the sweet spot between reducing emissions intensity and things that are profitable and approachable from smallholder households. At the more macro scale, I see the main challenge, or one of the main challenges, is being a pervasive anti-livestock discourse amongst global funders. We know where this comes from, and frankly, I think when we look at places with vast overconsumption and overproduction of meat and animal source foods, I'm very sympathetic with this. However, this does not export well to Africa. If we were to pursue such a pathway, we would immediately, in the foreseeable future, we would see a lot of alienation from livelihoods. We would see a lot of alienation from access to nutritional security. And really we would lose what has been across, especially dryland Africa, an integral part of the ecology since millennia. So while we can look critically at the livestock sector in terms of emissions production, and it is a space that needs looking into, leading with mitigation agendas in the African livestock sector is wildly inappropriate. I would say it's a fairly colonial position. It's exporting the, for lack of a better word, I'll say the guilt from countries that overproduce and overconsume to places where the consumption of animal source foods is extremely low, an order of magnitude lower than, say, in the United States. So that is a major challenge. It's something that ILRI grapples with every year. We're developing a campaign around the idea of the cow in the room, that we need to talk about this. And it is a conversation that needs to be had, but there is no simple solution, and if we're looking for just transitions in the livestock sector and in the food sector, we cannot start to apply the solutions and the fixes that are going on in the global north. We cannot be applying them in Africa in the foreseeable future. We need to have appropriate interventions and appropriate pathways according to where those interventions are most impactful and most merited.
Thank you. I appreciate you bringing that up, because it's an issue that I think the cow in the room's perfect, right? Because people just want to avoid the conversation. I just wanted a follow-up question to you on that in terms of how you see potentially the health argument or embedding this around health as a helpful entry point. And here I'm thinking, there have been health messaging around a balanced diet in the global north for a long time versus, you come back to nutrition, what's good for health. Any thoughts on that?
Too many thoughts. Yeah, there are so many thoughts. I think one thing that we need to have as part of the conversation of the cow in the room is recognizing that being a committed vegan is privilege. It's a privilege that says, I am so well off and so well positioned in the food system in the world that I can get access to a rich diversity of foods. I can get access to a rich diversity of nutrition without relying upon what is a very nutrient-dense piece of food. And that's a privilege honestly, that's a privilege that's fine to capitalize on if you're in that place. There's been some research, say, in northern Kenya, looking at dietary diversity, which is often used as a proxy for health and nutritional outcomes. However, in northern Kenya, extremely dry, arid rangelands, pastoralism is the only viable food production that can be done there. Dietary diversity corresponds with decreased nutrition because you're giving up milk to gain cabbage, carrots, onions, and tomatoes. You might get some nutrients out of those different vegetables, but you don't get the proteins, you don't get the nutrient density that one gets out of meat and milk. So again, it's appropriate solutions for appropriate locations.
Great, thank you. Yes, yeah. Please, go with
No, I totally agree with you, and I think, well, healthy diets, it's important, of course, and we need to have that conversation. But I think we have also an opportunity, for example, with additives, for cows, for milk production and for meat production. This is something that we are talking in Latin America, and it's so important. We're going to have a conference for agriculture ministers in Chile, what I think it's so important you to be there. And what we are talking with the ministers in Latin America is related with that, because we need, as you said, good meals, with high nutrient content, and for that meat and milk is important. So we could work also with additives. We have some good pilots there, and maybe that's a good opportunity. It's not like we need to talk also about healthy diets, but we could go like with this different approximation or approach, for the global south, because we need to consider that. It's that is the culture and reality.
Todd, thank you so much for bringing the climate justice dimension, in particularly on the livestock area, so clearly. There are similar, we know there are similar considerations in the other sectors that are related to methane emissions. Just briefly, I would like to comment that I said earlier that there is health risks associated to people, communities living in the vicinity of the large oil and gas facilities. Well, there is clearly also an issue of climate justice or climate injustice here. I think that we have to make sure that the climate justice is not just a buzzword that is the politically correct thing that we throw in every page to look good. I guess that we should all accept that the climate transition should be one that leaves the poor and that leaves the people that have suffered injustice for years in a much better place. Not just that they are okay or that they get another job, or that we really use the transition to improve the lives of the majority of people in the world. In the case of oil and gas, again, we know that normally the low-income populations live in the vicinity of the factories, of the refineries, of the oil and gas complexes, because the land is cheaper there. The employees of those facilities live nearby, and they are permanently exposed to higher levels of pollution. So I guess that almost in every sector and subsector that we look, if we look carefully, we're going to find issues that has to do with climate injustice, with environmental injustice, and let's be sure all together, again, that we use the opportunity of the necessary transition to improve the life and the well-being of the majority of the people in the world. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I want to do kind of a last round of questions, and to preface that, at the beginning I mentioned that Environmental Defense Fund is going to, this panel sort of a kickoff discussion on these issues, and in the winter we're going to be organizing more in-depth discussions on this intersection between methane and health, and I've heard a lot of great ideas, particularly around access to increased data at a more localized, bottom-up scale. I want, even at the risk of any of you repeating yourselves, I'd like to ask you, and I won't hold you to this, but just to kind of highlight, what are the one or two priority kind of topic areas you think that we need to make sure is on the agenda as we start these dialogue series? And we can start with Todd, go reverse. Thank you.
Again, so many options to choose from. Honestly, at the risk of repeating myself, I would say what's essential to have on these agendas is a climate justice perspective. That I think the just transitions, especially looking in the livestock development sector, this has to be central. I've been working at ILRI for 9 years now, supposed to be working on climate change adaptation, and spent 5 years focusing on mitigation because that's the only thing we could get funded. Mitigation should not be a leading agenda in African livestock systems. It should be adaptation with mitigation co-benefits, and the persistent interest in exporting what I'll broadly call anti-meat solutions in foreign policy and investment in Africa is wildly misplaced and I think misguided. So I think we need to attend to what the issues are and where. Africa is responsible for such a minimal portion of greenhouse gas emissions. This is not the place to be looking for gains in the mitigation agenda.
Great, thank you. Carolina.
Okay. I have, of course, data and climate justice, but I'm going to talk about the waste sector. But before that, I think that the agriculture sector, I totally agree. It's an adaptation issue. But if you talk about mitigation as an opportunity to get investment, well, then you turn around the speech. Because when you said no, we don't need to talk about mitigation, it's like you are pulling out all the alternatives that you have, For example, you have a compensation system. For example, you have a lot of things that you could use in the agriculture sector. So I think there, I don't know, I have kind of different opinion, but it's okay. And from the waste sector, I think we have a good opportunity if we talk about food hierarchy. We need to talk about waste prevention, we need to talk about waste diversion, and we need to talk about food banking, for example. We are working with the Global Food Banking Network in order to have methodologies to estimate methane mitigation, because we know that a lot of countries are doing food banking, but governments, for example, are not considering that as a methane mitigation action because they don't have the numbers. So we need to go there and work with them and explain this as a methane mitigation action, because we have also a huge opportunity there.
Thank you. A general comment and a specific comment to close. In general terms, and Todd, again, I agree with you, I concur with you, I can feel your empathy, your understanding. I mean, you work these issues, and so I cannot agree more with you. I just want to add to this thinking about mitigation, adaptation. Many countries around the world have the possibility of advance many measures, many actions, many policies in which they could make progress on mitigation and adaptation for their own benefit without any opportunity cost, without distracting limited resources that should be allocated to other better things into mitigation just because somebody away is putting pressure on them. So again, I concur with you. My point is that many developing countries are not doing that. If we improved the quality of the policy making, it sounds obvious, but it's not happening. So we need better governance, better politicians to use the available resources even if it's few or more, to use them in an optimal way. So with good governance. For my final comment, I have to go back to the need for real-time continuous data that are transparent and accessible to all to ensure and guarantee accountability, and that we all can track closely the progress on implementation of the NDCs of countries, in particular because of its short-term importance, in particular the progress in controlling emissions of methane.
Great, thank you. And if you could just put up the very last slide. So just as another plug, we are continuing to have this discussion. We're going to have a series of dialogue, virtual dialogue, so more open to many people in the coming months of 2023, and we ask you to join us. Are you able to put up the very last slide? It has some contact information. Well, or you can see me afterwards and I'll give you the contact. Keep going. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so please join us. And we only touched the surface. I know we didn't talk about food waste and a number of issues. But thank you so much for joining us today. And for those online, and Rodrigo, thank you so much. It's very early in Chile, so thank you for joining us. Have a great rest of your COP.
Let's get going. Good morning, everyone. I need some engagement. Good morning, everyone. Okay, fantastic. Thank you for joining us at the Health Pavilion today, in person and online. In this session, we have about an hour and a quarter, and we'll be talking about priorities within the African context and climate and health, right? And why it's so critical to shape this COP27 and the COPs beyond for aligned with our priorities. We have a really esteemed panel here today. I'm really looking forward to hearing from them. My name's Tallulah Oni. I'm a professor at the University of Cambridge and Global Public Health and founder of Urban Better, and I'm your spirit guide today. Okay, so before we get going, I will just give you a little bit of context to the Health and Climate Network and how this briefing came about. I will introduce the panelists and we will present in the order that is advertised, not in the order we see here. So thanks to the Health and Climate Network for organizing this event. What we're doing here is a culmination of consultations with 22 different organizations in a run-up to COP27 to say, well, what do you see as your priorities for health and climate on the African continent? This has resulted in a briefing, and if on your seats there is a leaflet and a QR code, and you can have access to that briefing. And we're going to really delve into some of those aspects today. Maybe just in terms of giving a little bit of a context and setting the scene. So obviously with the Health Pavilion, we're talking about health and climate. We know that the healthcare sector plays a really critical role, but we also know that health and climate is beyond and much more than healthcare, and it's really critical that we're all working together across sectors. I want to maybe highlight a couple of cross-cutting issues that I will, just a heads up to the panelists, I'll kind of interrogate with each of your sectors. So the panelists will be talking about health and climate priorities from the perspective of energy, from the perspective of food, and from the perspective of the healthcare sector. I think a couple of cross-cutting issues is really, well, three I would say, really critical to interrogate in the African context is one, the context of urbanization, right? We are pretty much the most rapidly urbanizing region globally. The second, and that has implications in terms of the environments where people live, where people work, where people socialize, and how those impacts their health, but also how those can accelerate and be influenced by the climate realities that we're confronted with today. The second reality is one of the demographic profile. We're also the youngest continent. The median age is 19 years old. So when we talk about shaping the priorities, I'd like us not actually to talk about youth, right? I'd like us to talk about the average person. I call them the MDs, the majority demographic, right? That's what we're talking about, because if we're not talking to youth in the African context, I have no idea who we're talking to, right? So let's reframe our thinking and thinking about youth from a nice to consult group to actually the core constituency of the continent. And I think the third that we really have to confront is one of finance. And I say finance from one of two perspectives. The first is financing, thinking about loss and damage, and that aspect of financing adaptation. But really critically, thinking about the context of urbanization, right? Financing in terms of how we finance our infrastructure development for health in climate resilient ways. We saw with the pandemic, we saw huge financial systems pivoted towards addressing the pandemic. We can do the same in our context of rapidly urbanizing infrastructure. We can ask, how are the financing mechanisms aligned to ensure that we are incentivizing infrastructure development, that in whether how we're building hospitals or the food systems that we're creating, what is the incentive and how is the financing being directed in that way? So just a heads up to the panelists that those three contexts, it'd be great if you could weave that in, and if not, I will prod. And then we'll have time for a question and answer. And again, a heads up to the audience, I will ask you, the what next. So what do you see as what comes after this? So we've had this consultation in the run-up to COP27. we're having this discussion here, so that we go from just talking about priorities to actually actualizing the priorities. What would matter to you? So it'd be great for you to share that. Okay, you've heard enough from me. Let's a brief introduction to the panelists. First to my left is Professor Jakob Mulugeta from University College London. Professor Mulugeta is a Professor of Energy and Development Policy at UCL and a Fellow of the African Academy of Sciences. He's a founding member of the African Climate Policy Center at the UN Economic Commission for Africa. To his left is Vivian Madueke, Program Coordinator of Climate and Health of the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. So Vivian brings her experience in global health, sustainable food systems, such as speaking on food, agriculture and international development in the global south. She works across varying roles. I'm just astounded. But she's founded Food Health Systems Advisory in 2015, which is a food advisory firm looking at consulting on international food systems in the African context. To her left is Omnia El Omrani. Omnia is the COP27 President Envoy on youth. She's the first ever of this sort and a plastic and reconstructive surgery resident in Egypt. Omnia has a vast experience in climate change, both in terms of agenda setting, but also training and building capacity across globally, not just in Africa. And she's really a veteran of this process. So we'll be hearing from it from a healthcare sector perspective. Finally, in the room is Desmond Appiah, who is country lead of Ghana for the Clean Air Fund. Desmond is leading the Clean Air Fund's programs in Ghana in this regard, and was previously program manager of the African Cities for Clean Air initiative of C40, and prior to that was the city advisor and chief resilience advisor to the mayor of the city of Accra. And so we'll be talking at us from the energy perspective and air pollution. And we're really pleased to have online with us Zachary Ali, who is a PhD candidate at the MRC unit in the Gambia, the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Zachary's research is on food systems adaptation to climate change, particularly in West Africa, and particularly focused on the Gambia. So his work is looking at co-creating food system solutions to climate change, working with different stakeholders from food, agriculture, policymakers, etc. So thank you, Zachary, for joining us. Okay, so we know who's in the room and who's online. Yes? Yes? Okay, fantastic. So let's get going. Hand over to you, Jakob. So we'll have the energy, so I'll ask Jakob first, and then Desmond, so we talk about energy, and then we'll ask Vivian and Zachary to talk about food, and then we'll end with Omnia on the healthcare sector. Over to you.
Thank you very much for this invitation, and really pleased to that we are talking about health as an entry point to understanding our energy systems. I think this is an issue which has been around for quite some time. I mean, this is something that people experience on a day-to-day basis within their households, particularly in rural and semi-urban Africa. So one of the phrases that we have is that energy comes with a health warning. And what do we mean by this? I mean, take the residential sector in any part of sub-Saharan Africa. What you're faced with is an energy system where it places huge burdens, in particular on women and to a lesser extent, but certainly impacts children as well, both in terms of how energy itself is accessed, and here I'm talking about biomass, for example, but also how it is prepared. So on both fronts, women are faced with the energy burden that at the household level. You go further into the transport sector. we're facing a very rapid urbanization in Africa, and with that comes also the challenge of pollution, and of course, the health consequences that come with that. So here's another example. I mean, these are just observations I'm trying to lay out here in terms of linking energy with health. The other is slightly more indirect, is perhaps when we're looking at agriculture. So low productivity agriculture has implications, broader health implications, in the sense of it means that less food is available, and therefore people are faced with the consequences of going hungry and food insecurity challenges. So food sovereignty itself is very much attached and linked to availability of energy. And then ultimately, of course, whatever we do, I mean, climate change has its implications on livelihoods as well. So even the use of energy directly impinges, and that isn't necessarily within the realm of Africa, but certainly it's a global challenge. So what the whole decarbonization agenda outside of or the carbon intensive energy systems outside of Africa has its direct implications on livelihoods in Africa as well. So this is just to sketch out that the local challenges associated with energy and health, but also that extends to national as well as global levels. Now, in terms of just to sketch a few questions, a few issues around what would an energy transition in Africa, what should it look like? I think that all depends, of course, on context, on specific countries, but we can draw some broad sort of principles, if you will. I mean, the first is that to recognize that energy is an enabler of livelihoods strategies, and therefore what we do at the energy level has, again, both economic and social transformation opportunities. So it offers us that. The second thing, just two more points to raise, is the second thing is the transition in different parts of Africa. We recently published a paper in Nature Energy, essentially highlighting that transitions mean different things for different countries. So here we have, for example, Nigeria, which is an oil-producing country, and then you have another country like, let's say, Kenya or Ethiopia, which are beginning to make some headway within renewables. And so we're looking at countries without placing any kind of value judgment, who are faced with different types of energy challenges and therefore different types of transition. So the starting point and the pathways are going to be quite different when it comes to thinking and talking about transitions. And the final point I wanted to raise is this issue of finance and investment. And we don't have any answers to this, to be quite frank. And this is somewhat of a frustration for many of us who work in energy and broadly on development, that the issue of energy is very much subsumed in the discussions around finance. So when you start talking about energy, you always come to that point, well, how are we going to finance it? So finance has become essentially the language through which we are beginning to roll out energy systems and what have you. Now that has its issues, because then you are talking about certain types of finance and not necessarily investment. Yeah, but this is a really big discussion that the health colleagues have to kind of to come into, simply because what we do, what we finance, also has health issues that we'll have to pick up at a later stage. The frustration is always there about the 100 billion, which never comes, and yet, although you talked about the response, the COVID response was able to generate up to $20 trillion in just a matter of 2 years. So it's not a question of the lack of money, but rather the lack of frameworks, but the lack of political will that we are faced with at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jakob. for highlighting a couple of things there that I'm sure Desmond will pick up on. I really appreciate your highlighting that context matters, right? We can't have a prescription of Africa needs this or Africa mustn't have that, because the context matters, the starting point, and the pathways matter. So over to you, Desmond. Tell us a little bit more about, from your perspective, on the energy side of things.
Thank you very much, Tulu and Jacob. I think that was a great foundation to be able to build on. I like the point that you raised about energy is an enabler. I mean, our cities are developing, our whole continent is developing rapidly. We are conscious of our population growth, that 65% of our populations will be in urban centers. And of course, the demands for energy and for development aspirations are very different across our continent, so we are not homogeneous. But there are a few things that we have to be paying attention to. Right now, 9 out of 10 people globally are breathing poor quality of air. And in Africa in particular, it is linked that out of five deaths, at least one is based on being exposed to poor quality of air. And if we look at our populations and our demands and our trajectory of development, I think that is where the big challenge is. We do need the energy, but we also have to have the conversation about what kind of energy we need. Because if we go on the trajectory that most Western countries have gone on, they have learnt now the hard way the consequences. And so I think the debate or discussion should be opened for us to have as to what kind of energy we are talking about. The fact that, say, Ghana or Nigeria has a lot of oil, for instance, does not mean that we should be exploiting the oil so much and using the wrong technologies. This, just before we started the conversation, I was having a discussion with Vivian about soot that in Port Harcourt is becoming an issue. You know, so we may have the oil resource, but does that mean the way we are exploiting it is the way to go? Research from Clean Air Fund shows that 36 times more money is still going into fossil-based investments. 36 times more, not to investments which can address our development aspirations and also look at the health implications. So we do need the energy, we do need the exploitation of the resources, we do need the development things that we need. Say moving from A to B is a must. We need transportation, but what kind of transportation systems are we advocating for on our continent? And I think that these are some of the tough questions that we need to be open to discuss. I mean, if the recent report from CAF looked at 4 cities in Africa, Cairo, which is a mega city, Lagos, a mega city, both more than 10 million residents, Accra, which is rapidly developing and estimated to have about 9.6 million by 2040, and then Johannesburg, which is in between Accra and Lagos. And then we looked at the cost to the economy of our type of development pattern. Right now in Ghana, World Bank has reported that the economy loses $2.5 billion a year to air pollution related diseases and challenges. 2.5 billion. The country is going to the IMF to ask for $3 billion over maybe 4 or 5 years. So that is why we need to be having these questions, these discussions about the development patterns. Yet in Ghana, there are not a lot of conversations about promoting clean transportation, but rather talking about building more roads which will call in more fossil-based investments for us. 6-lane roads here, 5-lane roads there. Not a single conversation about 2-lane road with a rail system which can move more people. There are technologies which will make it cleaner. And these are the conversations, unfortunate as it may sound, because we have to push the argument. We need to be truthful to ourselves and to have that the cost to the nature of the investment we are pushing, the needs that we have, the planning of our cities, which is becoming more lateral, is that going to solve our challenges in the near future? It does not look like it. Our planning systems do not seem to be taking into consideration our needs for energy, our needs for other social services which are important for our growth. Our development paradigm does not follow that. And you would ask yourself, why is that not a conversation that we are having? In that same report I referenced, if we go off the business as usual trajectory, we would be able to save almost 125,000 lives by 2040 if we do right. We would be able to save about $20+ billion by 2040 if we do the alternatives. But why is this conversation not happening in our space? And I think that is why we have to be opening up and broadening the discussion, not just about development. It will be wrong for anybody to say you should not develop, which I think is part of the argument that we sometimes hear. Do not do this because this is the impact. It is rather, we want to do it, but should we do it the way that everybody else has done previously? I think that is the question that we have to be looking at. And there is a lot of technology, there's a lot of space, there's a lot of research showing that the alternatives are available and becoming even more economically viable for us to take. So I think it is a conversation that we have to force down the throats of our leaders, if I could put it that way, that they need to open their eyes to see the consequences of the business as usual angles and what it means, reducing investment in fossils, ensuring that the alternatives are available and used, looking at the planning options that we have, not planning around just a vehicle, but planning around other development aspirations that we have so that we can ensure our cities and our continent grows in the right way. I think that is what we have to be doing.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Desmond. A couple of things just really stood out there. I think overall, thinking about why it's so critical to align our development trajectories for this health and climate. I just want to repeat the one sentence that you said, because let's just understand how abnormal that is. They said that there's 36 times more funding going into fossil fuel initiatives than those that are looking to tackle air pollution. 36 times. So when we talk about there being money and being resources, there is funding, we're just actively spending it on the wrong things. And it really highlights to me the importance of data and evidence when you gather that kind of data to say we know this, and why it's so critical in shifting that. And secondly, why it's so important for us to shape our own narrative, right? So it's opening up the discussion, but also our own narrative of what is possible. Not just this is the way for you to develop, but actually how can we reimagine our cities in ways that shape the futures that we want. Oh, the dance break. Okay, well, thank you so much. So hold your questions and thinking about energy. We're going to shift now to food. So I'll hand over to Vivian. Take us away.
Yes, thank you.
And we need some slides, please.
My name is Vivian, and I work for the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. Please put up the slides. And we are an alliance of philanthropic foundations working together to tackle food systems. And to set the scene for the conversation today, I'd like to make a clear point that food systems is both a driver of climate change, but also a casualty of climate change. Now we hear about the droughts in East Africa, which is affecting 22 million people. This is the 4th season where there hasn't been sufficient rainfall to grow crops, and that's huge. We're also hearing about the floods in Nigeria, which has affected more than 1.2 million people. And this is people's farmlands, people's livelihoods, people's homes flushed away. So as we reflect on that, let's also remember that food systems doesn't just become a casualty, it's also a driver, right? Next slide. I don't know what's wrong with the slide. Okay. So I've made the first point that is both a driver and a casualty. When I say driver, our current agricultural practices are contributing to climate change. The excessive use of fertilizers, which leaches into our water bodies, also the excessive industrialized production of animal source foods is one of the key emitters of methane. So food systems is critical to climate change. The second point there is, one of the things about Africa is a lot of the solutions we take up are not context specific. They solve one problem and they create another. Over 60 years ago, the Green Revolution started because genuinely we had a hunger problem.
and we needed to feed people. And now in 2050, we're going to have 2.5 billion people, almost double our population. So we have more mouths to feed. However, the problem we're having is we solved the hunger problem by intensifying our agriculture, utilizing excessive fertilizers, over-dependence on foreign seeds, pesticides, antimicrobials. It gave us more food, but it got us to where we are today in the climate crisis. So as we think about our solutions as Africans, we should think about solutions that solve our food problem, but also give us multiple benefits, economic benefits, but also climate benefits. Another issue we are having in Africa, and bear in mind that when I use the blanket Africa, is a large continent made up of 54 countries. So it will apply more to other countries than to others. We have a double burden of under and over nutrition. I just talked about the 22 million people in East Africa that are struggling with hunger. But also we have an increase in obesity, an increase in overnutrition and non-communicable diseases. And unfortunately, we don't have a health system that is equipped to tackle that. My mom will always say, we are eating like the rich, therefore we're having the problems of the rich, but unfortunately we don't have the money to solve the problems of the rich. Right? We are having increase in incomes. Fortunately, people are moving out of poverty, but then they're moving towards westernized diets, which the West is moving away from. So another issue, we did a survey of health sector people in Africa, and we found out that westernization of diet and ultra-processed foods is becoming a big issue. Why is it a big issue? Growing up, fortunately, I had the privilege of interacting with the rural areas. I grew up in the rural area. My father and my grandfather were farmers. And I remember I used to eat the legumes, the different colors of beans. For some Africans here, the akidis, the ogiris, the food products that were indigenous to us and were healthier for us. And now we're moving towards westernization of diets, single crops, monocrops. I was talking to somebody a couple of days ago, and I told the person, I remember Christmas, foreign rice was a luxury. Why was it a luxury? Because we had our own local rice, and we ate it with the rice bran, which gave us more fiber. And then over the years, we've moved to polished rice. We've moved to the pizzas. The likes of the Domino's and the food corporations are getting into our country because the West is realizing the health implications of these westernized diets. Now they are moving towards Africa, which is where the new market is. And unfortunately, we see these westernized foods as aspirational. As you move towards the middle class, you have more money, and you're buying more of these ultra-processed foods, which, as we all know, for some of you who do not know, most of the plastics from the food sector comes from ultra-processed foods. Most of the processed animal products causing the methane emissions come from ultra-processed foods. So that's something we need to think about. I'm not seeing that a lot in the conversations in African food systems, but we need to tackle it. We need to. Another point is the globalization and trade liberalization. It's great. I'm not against trade liberalization. However, as we think about climate change and the resilience of our people, we're realizing that the African food system is so reliant on external systems that any shock affects us. We look at the Russian and Ukraine crisis. Because they produce fossil fuel-based fertilizers, is affecting the food prices, and we're not even going to see the impact now. We're going to see the impact when the harvest comes, because the cost of production has increased, so we're going to have increase in food prices. So that's something we need to think about as we liberalize our markets. How is that affecting our local resilience, the fragility of our system, the food prices, our food sovereignty? We are losing our local seeds, and that's something we need to consider. The last challenge is the public climate finance needs to align with our climate and health goals. We recently did a study, and what we found was that only 3% of climate finance goes to food systems, even though food systems globally contributes 33% to greenhouse gas emissions. When we bring it down to the African context, a lot of our subsidies are going to fossil-based fertilizers. And that's a big problem because we're having our farmers reliant on these fertilizers, which are not the best for our environment and also our health goals. So I've helped us reflect on the key challenges. I'm going to ask for the next slide on solutions. What do we need to do? It's not enough to talk about the solution, the challenges. What are the solutions? The first solution is African countries need to have detailed food systems priorities in their NDCs. Now, the NDCs, for some of you who do not know, they are the nationally determined contributions, rather. And it sets the blueprints for countries. And as we think about the fact that food systems are both a casualty and a driver, it's critical that countries include food systems measures in their NDCs, but also the financing of food systems measures. It's critical. The second point is we need to redirect public finance and subsidies away from harmful food and industrialized farming practices. And this is not just for Africa. Even globally, we found out that a lot of the subsidies were also going towards emission-intensive and harmful food products, like sugar, like beef, like grains. And what that does is it creates a distortion in the market. It creates incentives for private sector to continue to produce these foods. And it also creates a disincentive for consumers who want to, at the end of the day, is all about price. Whatever is cheaper, especially in the urban food systems, when there is an economic issue, they will always buy based on price. And if the subsidies are given a false sense of price, then we need to redirect it to healthier food products, local food products that our people can eat that will achieve both climate and health goals. As well, we need to change our mindset. And when I say change our mindset from yield. The Green Revolution was because we had a mindset of yield. We have to feed people. Therefore, we focused on calories rather than nutrition. How nutritious is that food, right? Are they whole foods? We are moving towards ultra-processed foods. And as we transition, we have to make sure that people are in the continent are eating nutritious, diverse, and whole diets. And also we need to transition towards agroecological practices because it helps us become resilient, but also it helps us achieve both our health and climate goals. And in the interest of time, I will end by saying we need to shift from silos to systems. At the end of the day, the poor person on the streets doesn't see climate issues, health issues. When the shocks come, it hits them from all sides. And when it does, it makes us realize that we need to work together to achieve our goals. I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you so
much. To cover.
Thank you. That's like a whole journey it's taking us up on. And again, a running theme here is that context matters and aligning of finance. And a big thing I took away from you is NCDs in NDCs. So we can work with that. Okay, I'm going to take us to our virtual speaker. Zachary, are you there? The next slide should again tell us from a food perspective.
Good. Thank you very much for the previous speakers.
Zachary, we can see your emails at the moment.
Most of the speaking around Africa for food systems. You've done much of the talking, the details about what I'll be about.
Zachary, I'm going to interrupt you. We can see your emails, so you might want to stop sharing your screen. Secondly, could you maybe, if you have earphones, just use the earphones so the sound isn't so good. So can you try again, because we weren't hearing you well.
Is this okay?
Yes, we're just waiting to see the slides. Yes, we can see the slides now. Okay, over to you.
Okay. Thank you. So I think the previous speakers have spoken much about the impacts of climate change on health, and also Vivian has touched on the food systems. So much of the work we do is looking at how climate change is impacting
I'm so sorry.
our food systems.
Zachary, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Zach. Can we try one last time? If you can just speak up a little bit, as loud as you can, because we're having trouble hearing you. Let's try that one last time, Zach.
Okay, I just put off my video just to see if that helps.
Yes,
So
that does
is this
help.
okay?
Yes, that's much better.
Okay, thank you, and sorry for the disruptions. So I am just going to give a more of a specific case scenario of the work we are doing on a case country to try and look at how we can find adaptation strategies on a specific African country to show how food systems can adapt to climate change, because climate change is here to stay. So much of our work, I think the focus is our key involvement of key stakeholders from the beginning. We engage them to look at what are the priorities and what governments could fund, and then we bring scientific expertise into it, such that in the end the evidence we produce can be easily incorporated into national policies for action. So what I will say briefly here is that the Gambia, which is our case country for understanding how food systems can adapt to climate change, is very vulnerable to climate change, but it has very ambitious targets and committed to adaptation measures. And we think we have found evidence that improvements to food systems can also improve nutrition and health. Over the years, we found that the Gambia has increased in caloric supply, such as I think Vivian had mentioned briefly about it, but the quality of the food has decreased over time compared to the West Africa and globally. And climate change is having a massive impact on the quality and quantity of food that can be produced in the Gambia. So we recently compared the average Gambian food to targets that we know that if we meet them for our diet, we can improve our health and also maintain environmental sustainability. And what we found is that the average Gambian diet, which is not very different from others, even though West Africa is not homogeneous, is not currently impacting much on the environment, but it is less healthy. So this gives opportunity to policymakers to try to improve the diet such that it doesn't increase the components of the diet that are damaging to the environment. So this is the advantage that most African countries have over other countries in the developed world, because most of our food systems do not currently contain components that are very damaging to the environment. We also found that there's no single sector that we can say if you focus on this single sector, such as agriculture or health, and take some actions, then the food system and health and our nutrition is going to be improved. But cross-sectoral approaches and actions will be needed, and therefore support for different sectors such as agricultural sector for adaptation and mitigation. Trade, for example, I think Vivian mentioned about trade. Where we get our food from can be a source of vulnerability, because once there's a problem over there, it also affects where the food is consumed. And also equitable trade, there's also evidence that there's much of the good food, such as the fruits and vegetables that are produced in most West Africa or other African countries, are exported to developed places. And therefore there should be a way of getting equitable balance of getting some of the good food also being consumed in their countries. And at individual level, there are some actions that people can take on their own to be able to improve their diets, and also in a way that it contributes to health and environmental sustainability. Thank you, and sorry for the disruptions at the beginning.
No worries, Zach. That's really perfect. I think one of the key things that really stood out so far, that I think from your talk, that maybe hasn't come out so far, is the importance of protecting a strong baseline. You know, we talk about the things that we need to do and things we need to shift to, but your data is showing us that, well, you know, a lot of the average diets in the Gambia already has actually quite a low environmental footprint. The question is, how do we actually preserve it? If we don't preserve the good things, we will lose them whilst we're focusing on doing that. So that was really excellent, thank you. Okay, so we've had energy, we've had food, and now we have lastly Omnia from a health sector perspective.
Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, thank you so much for having me and for the amazing panelists on the very important key facts. I really learned a lot. And I think in Africa, when you look at our healthcare facilities, we have a nexus between how Africa is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change that we are seeing now, from the cyclones that we see in South Africa, the wildfires that we see in North Africa, such as Tunisia, Algeria. We also see flooding and hurricanes. But on the other hand, we also live with the fact that our healthcare facilities are overburdened. They lack capacity, they are weak, and they are not resilient. And I speak this with confidence because I myself work as a young doctor in Egypt, and I see how my public healthcare facility during COVID was overwhelmed. We faced on many occasions since the beginning lack of PPE, lack of number of healthcare workforce that is able to face the COVID crisis. And then looking into the climate crisis, I see that we have a long way to go. And that is the case for many healthcare facilities in Africa. But on the other hand, it presents an opportunity because I was only a medical student 1 year ago. I just graduated. And as students, we have a strong understanding of what climate change is. We also have the innovative capacity to see how we can make our healthcare facilities more climate resilient, but at the same time environment friendly and low carbon, which is a very important agenda that we have a critical role to play here being at COP. This is the first time in 6 years that COP is in Africa, and we, as speaking on behalf of the COP27 presidency, we had a very strong motivation, and we committed to placing the importance of adaptation and loss and damage at the forefront of the climate negotiations and discussions. We also recognize that healthcare facilities are the ones who are at the front line when it comes to the catastrophic climate and health emergencies that we see, and they must be placed at the heart of the discussions around climate finance, especially the finance that is needed for adaptation and for loss and damage. We know one of the biggest debates we have here is creating a finance facility for loss and damage, and we as a healthcare community, especially in Africa, need to push for that because our healthcare facilities are fragile. We need to build their resilience. We need to build them in a way that they can cope and adapt to the health impacts of climate change, and we also need to see how the reparations for the loss and damage, for the destruction of the healthcare facilities in Africa and around the world, and how we can cope with that, because the physical policies and spaces that we have are not adequate enough to rebuild healthcare facilities, not in the line of climate crises, and not in building resilience to face that. And it's also not just about the extreme weather events that we see. There's also the rapid onset of other infectious diseases that are rising, the increased transmission because of the increasing temperature, the increase of vector-borne diseases. We also see the increase of heat stress because of the increasing temperature. We also see the increase of asthma exacerbations because of high levels of air pollution, and we need a resilient healthcare facility to adapt, to be able to cope, to protect and promote the health of our people, especially here in Africa. So just to give my call to actions at the end of there, what can we do after the session? What can we do with 1 week, less than 1 week left of COP? Hopefully negotiations won't last longer, but they will probably do that. The first is looking at the young people. As a youth envoy, I have to be biased, and I have to really emphasize that whenever we're working on healthcare facilities, we need to mobilize the healthcare students with us, because we already work on the ground. I was part of the International Federation of Medical Students Association, an organization of over 1.4 million medical students in 133 countries. And in each country, the students are leading a lot of advocacy around climate change, but also creating their own solutions. I know that many countries, such as in Canada, Australia, even in Egypt, we have our own hackathons where students develop their own climate resilient, innovative solutions around technology, around building low carbon friendly solutions, because we believe that at the healthcare sector, as the health community, we can lead by example and really push for the other sectors to do the same. As well as integrating climate change in our own curriculum. This is so important because you're also building a health workforce that can help drive the transition that is needed towards climate resilience and just transition. The second important conversations that we need to maintain, especially after COP, but it's also about our post-COP work, which is the regional identification of our priorities in Africa, doing the necessary research to identify how can we effectively and really create a good business model, because this is what adaptation needs when it comes to finance, when it comes to building resilience, and doing that hand in hand with the health community, with the civil society, but also with the funders, with the philanthropies, with the private sector, working together to bridge the implementation gap around building resilience, as well as low carbon facilities. The last would be our COP27 presidency. It's important to work with the COP presidency in general, whether it's COP27, whether it's in UAE, where there's a lot of promising conversations around increasing the focus on health. And I think the presidency is such a key stakeholder to target, because they accelerate or they facilitate the negotiation process. They are the ones right now working hard to find the landing zones for the finance facility for loss and damage, but also for pushing the global goal and adaptation. And as the health voice, we bring in three important aspects. A is the science. We have the evidence to really push for the necessary climate commitments instead of the backtracking on pledges. We can really help drive the pragmatic solutions coming out from the pledges that we get every COP. And then the second thing, we bring in the behavioral change. We bring in the public pressure that is necessary to mobilize and really push for nations to invest, especially in the healthcare sector, and to mobilize the fundings, allow the healthcare facilities to get the access and the eligibility to rebuild healthcare facilities. And this is my last point, which is finance. So I think right now, from this session and from this multidisciplinary demonstration of energy, food, and healthcare facilities, we need to also work together to really push for the health of our people, the health of the future generations, and our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Omnia. I think that's a really great context, bringing in that the healthcare sector, and thank you for highlighting importance of thinking about the vulnerability and the resilience of healthcare systems, but also consultation and inclusion of the perspectives of healthcare professionals, particularly, and including students, in thinking about what are we building now, because we're also still building healthcare facilities now, and the focus on the science, the pressure, and the finance. So I want to applaud you and everyone else for I said to look at urbanization, the majority demographic, and finance, and you all did a great job. So fantastic. Okay, so now we have a little bit of time to hear from you. So any particular questions for any of the speakers, in no particular order? So the first there.
Hi everyone, my name is Jennifer Ochendu. I work in Nigeria. I'm the founder of an organization called Susty Vibes. Can I just say this has been an amazing panel. It's been one of the most insightful I've attended, especially as an African interested in climate and health. So thank you all so much for your insights. 3 questions, and I'll keep it really short because I'm really passionate about this topic. You know, the idea of energy transition. what, our esteemed panelists, what do you think is the best way to organize? There's been several forums, that idea of coming together to discuss. What are the best ways to organize? Do events like COP even help, the African continent come together to discuss their priorities? And then the third one is that idea of thinking inside the box rather than outside, coming together within our African knowledge system and practices to think what really works for us. And it's something I think we should advocate more, rather than that idea of knowledge transfer, thinking of what the West has done and copying and pasting. And then finally, to Omnia, something I'm really passionate about is climate and mental health. I see that coming a lot more. Climate anxiety is in the news, but it's very much focused to the West. How do we make it back into a priority for African youths? Because I feel like we get the most anxiety, we feel the impact. There's a lot of climate emotions that are strongly affecting our ability to even think or imagine a better future for Africans. So just a question around that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one more question and then come to the panelists.
Can you hear me? Hi, I'm Elaine Fletcher. I'm the editor-in-chief of Health Policy Watch, which is a nonprofit health journal based in Cape Town and Geneva. I used to work for WHO in the Health and Environment Department. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. I used to work at WHO in the Health and Environment Department, so I'm passionate about these issues. When I'm looking at the energy transition in Africa, there's one simple problem I see with oil and gas producing countries like Ghana. And that is, if you're producing oil and gas, you get a ready flow of foreign currency from that production to pay off your debt, which is huge. And I don't see, unfortunately, the economic incentives. We talk about panels being cheaper, but even if we increase finance for green energy production, how do we replace that cash flow that countries really need, especially because they're so indebted? I just wonder if I could throw that out there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So who would like to take any questions? Okay, you?
Thank you very much. And I'll try to keep it short, but look at two. One from Jennifer. One, hello? Hello? Yeah. All right. One from Jennifer. And on Jennifer's bit, I would just want to, you talked about the knowledge transfer aspect. I think we are operating. Hello? Uh-huh. I think we are operating from a basis of a lack of localized knowledge. I remember, I think, was it 4 or 5 years ago when WHO had the first air pollution and health conference, and they showed a map of data from different parts of the world, and you could see the particular map showing data from Africa specific to air pollution was virtually blank. And so there's been a lot of extrapolation of information. We think that the characteristics of, say, a certain city is like a city in Asia. And so let us look at the context like that. Everyone that spoke is clearly making a case about context. We need to put a lot of these things in our local context for it to make meaning. A policy maker, and I used to be an advisor to the mayor of Accra. If someone comes to make a case, our first question was, what does it mean in Accra? It may look like there is a real case to be made, but if you put it in the context of Accra, it does not make sense. Even from the national, a Ghana national angle of, say, climate causes of greenhouse gases, if you look at the national, it will show that agriculture is a big issue. Forestry is a big issue. But in the context of an urban center like Accra, agriculture and forestry does not play a role. And so we need to localize. And that is why I'm happy that my organization, for instance, Clean Air Fund, is supporting a lot of research, collection of data and the like, localized, so that the decision making can be influenced with the local information. I made a case earlier about why we need to push some of these discussions down the throats of our policy makers. But we also have to appreciate that a lot of them do not have the kind of information that can make them make those decisions that we are pushing for. And so working together to build up the research base, the database, putting the data in the context that makes sense to them, and then we can push the advocacy angle. We cannot turn it around. What we can do is to hasten the pace. You cannot go and talk to a policymaker without the data. He will just make a decision, which has happened a lot in our context. But when we have the data, which we may now have the opportunity to collect faster and analyze faster, go through the modeling systems faster, we can then bring it to the policymaker and say, this is the real situation in your country, in your city, and you need to make the decisions to support it. So I think localizing is a key thing. A final one on that particular thing. A lot of our cities are very informal. Accra has about 80% informality. Lagos, about maybe 85%. Johannesburg, some 70%. So a lot of research, like Clean Air Fund's last research that we did on mega cities, we put in the report that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Because what did you analyze? You analyzed absenteeism and all that. Which data did you use? From the formal sector. So when you have an 80% informal sector, it's difficult to get the data on absenteeism for the informal sector. And so we need to push for more research into these areas, looking at our specific context of this continent, and then we can use that to force the policymakers. And I'm conscious of using the word force, because some of these things we need to force. You know, we need to really push it so that they can act. Then briefly, on the, my friend's question about the green energy and cash flow. I mean, it's true that the exploitation of the oil and the like gives us a lot of revenue quickly. But it also skews our development projections and our GDP. And we think that Ghana is doing so well, but the money is sitting in only a small corner. That is why we are asking for a review of our development paradigm. I'm sure Prof would add a bit more to the energy questions. Yeah.
Do you want to get the question on the healthcare system and then it comes?
Yeah. So the one I wanted to also answer to was the mental health, because it's so important. And I think the gap that I see most around this issue is getting research around how climate change affects mental health, especially in Africa and our region. And I see so much potential when it comes to having youth-led research around that issue, because we would understand, our own MDs and how to, ask the right questions. And it's so important because even here at COP, you would need mental health support, but we don't see that provided as a specific dedicated space. It's one thing that I personally wanted to bring in, and it would be a recommendation to bring into COP28 to have mental health, support, consultants and experts to help with that. But we need to understand how it affects especially children and youth, but also the broader demographic, and then design a specific safeguarding mechanisms, especially for young climate activists. And as the health community, we're well placed to do that.
Thank you. Yeah. And I don't know if you're going to speak to Vivian, but I think the informal aspect of food is really critical. Yeah.
I would like to agree with you, Jennifer, that we do have a lot of local knowledge. And each time I hear the word data in Africa, I always question whose data, what data, right? Is it quantitative data which is generated for academic purposes, for peer-reviewed journals? We have a lot of, especially when it comes to food systems and agriculture, we have a lot of indigenous knowledge. Before the colonizers came in, we were practicing agriculture. And we had people who were custodians of the land, who understand the land, understand the seeds, understand the environment and the climate. And how are we harnessing the indigenous knowledge of seeds, of the food, of the system, of the environment? And that's something we need to take advantage of to make sure that we are capturing the various types of knowledge and the various types of information, quantitative, qualitative, scientific, but also indigenous. I think that's one of the ways we can create solutions that are specific and that are effective for Africa, by Africans. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to respond to your question, thank you for that really good question. And I mean, you know, we are gathered here at the COP. Is this a healthy gathering in terms of discussing energy? I mean, what we have is quite a lot of people who have come, worked over the year, but somehow channeled, you know, their, you know, information and knowledge to share and so forth here. I think what I would love to see and what should be encouraged is actually to maintain this level of conversation at local level. You know, what that does is that, you know, it will begin to help you understand what type of knowledge exists in the country, because there's a lot of, you know, what we have is a lot of, call it, you know, experts and thinkers, but they're all thinking in their own little silos. So what needs to happen is to really begin to think as a country or as a community together and try and begin to imagine the future, what it ought to look like. I think, you know, that would be a really good start of actually organically galvanizing the knowledge that's within the country. And then the other issue regarding you know, this tension that we have between renewables and fossil fuel. I mean, the challenge that I have on the fossil fuel side is that Africa's engagement is largely at the extractive level, whether it's Ghana or whoever. That generates enough, or, you know, plenty of resources in the short term. The question is, what do you do with that money? What do we do with it? An example, for instance, is Ecuador, which managed to use a lot of its fossil fuel revenues to invest in its own energy system, in the hydro and other types of schemes. Yeah? So that could be one business model that can be thought about. On the other hand, on the other side, on the renewable side, the challenge that I see is that, again, I mean, you know, Africans are essentially consumers of technologies that are imported. What is the value added when it comes to manufacturing, you know, of renewables? So, for instance, you have DRC that supplies 80% of the cobalt. All of that is mined and sent elsewhere for it to be processed, for it to be manufactured, and it comes back as electronics and what have you. What is the role of African you know, entrepreneurs, African industrialists in that process? Is there a way that we can capitalize on that? I think, you know, that's the real conversation. Otherwise, both models that we have, whether it's the fossil fuel or the renewables, are not working on behalf of Africa. And I think, you know, that needs a real rethink, and a lot of research needs to happen also in order to be able to build evidence over one or the other.
I think that's a really excellent point in terms of the extractive methodology, because if we're not careful, we shift to renewable and we have still this extractive renewable energy generator that still doesn't meet our energy demand. So that's a really, really excellent point. Before I come back, follow up to you, let me just see if there are any other questions. Okay, so I think this one is louder. I forgot to say, if you just introduce yourself before you ask the question.
Hello everybody, my name is Aisha Hassan. I'm a climate change youth activist from Chad. A lot of villages in Chad and other African countries, they use woods or charcoal to cook and to make food. So which is the woods that they use or the charcoal is really bad for their health. It produces diseases and it's not good. It could kill people. And how do we influence the world leaders to use renewable resources or energies? Because from last year, I saw at COP26 there was solar pan that you could use the pan, which is really good for the planet and everything. So how do we influence the world leaders to use renewable energies and to invest in them? Thank you.
Thank you. So in the context of what already exists, uptake and improving uptake, any other?
Thank you very much. My name is Anthony from Nairobi, Kenya. I take note of the good panelists we have had here today. Thank you very much. In regard to food systems, there's the emphasis on food yield as compared to nutrition and environmental health. I also see that we are talking of more of a reliance on pesticides, fertilizers, and antimicrobials. Would you really speak about, as we rely on external shocks or what's happening outside other than in Africa, please speak about genetically modified foods, GMOs. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for opening up this panel to the floor. My name is Tommy. I'm a student at Indiana University in the United States. I spent a year of my childhood growing up in Nairobi, Kenya, and that really is what opened up my eyes to the interconnections of environmental and human health. And we have all these knowledge bases that you talked about, the indigenous knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge, and then that like empirical and scientific knowledge. And within all of these fields, as researchers, scholars, policymakers, and medical professionals, how do we increase the representation of human health within these climate discussions so that we can incentivize implementation, incentivize change on such a bigger scale, and just really bring about those changes that we talk about but don't know how to finance or subsidize? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to go to the panelists for a very quick fire response, because I do want to hear, and when I come back to you, I want to hear very quick, succinctly, tell me what your priorities are, what you see as the priorities going forward. So I'm going to come back and I'm going to take two options. So first come, first serve. Okay, get this back. So very briefly, please, panelists, and you can see this as your closing point as well.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the audience as well. I think they've also been great. A couple of things. I think we need to continue the conversations about bringing in the health aspects to the discussions in climate, because for air pollution, we are aware that most of the causes of greenhouse gases are also the causes of air pollution. So if we have what we call like the joint up approach, we would be tackling climate change and also be addressing the challenges on the health aspects from air pollution. And so that would be my closing, that we need to push and also drive down the investment in fossil by redirecting some of those resources to tackle the air pollution aspects.
Thank you. So if you can take any of the questions and then you're closing.
Okay, yeah. Just briefly, I think that for the health messaging to empower the negotiations, we need to be on the negotiators' side and see their needs. It's not a parallel stream, it's actually cross-cutting. We know that we provide the evidence and the scientific data that can push for agendas like adaptation, loss, and damage. We can also quantify the health benefits of climate action, which then can drive further climate finance. I think once we add a health voice, similar to, for example, the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, this was already a strong movement and we were able to join it. This is how we can bring in the health. And the last thing is we need to be, to be persistent and have a strong, unified health messaging. And once we all say the same thing, we can bring in the necessary or placing the health agenda at heart. This happened, for example, with loss and damage. Now, for the first time in history, it's an agenda point. This is because of the pressure that civil society put in and youth as well. So I think if we put the same pressure, the same messaging, the same unified takeaway, we can bring in health in the middle of the climate negotiation.
My take on your question is, one thing is clear. Africa needs to transition to agroecological practices that takes advantage of indigenous knowledge and indigenous knowledge and practices. We need that transition. And as we promote these various seeds, let's bear in mind that our farmers' resilience are reliant on this. And if we have to year on year have them rely on corporate seeds where they have to pay for every single year, then they will never get the resilience that they need. So we need to go back to the drawing board. There is evidence that agroecological practices work, nature-based farming works, and we as Africans need to take that up and scale it up, because that's the way we can both solve the climate crisis but also assure farmer resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to answer a quick answer to your question. Yes, there is quite a lot of activity and work happening in, let's say, solar cooking. So there are some interesting developments there. You may want to look at what's it called, Modern Energy Cooking Services. It's a program called MEX. So that's worth having a look at. I think when often, you know, you have energy people thinking as energy people, yeah, and I think that's a challenge when it comes to development. So when it comes, you know, in a sense, you know, what we choose to do in health, in agriculture, in community services and so forth, in many ways reflects, you know, what type of energy system we are going to get. So I think, you know, the change in value systems, you know, the change in the way that we do things needs to happen at that fundamental level in health, in education, and so forth. Then, you know, the rest follows. Of course, you know, when we are talking about, you know, a healthy environment, we are talking about, you know, thinking about how do we prevent some of those, you know, challenges that we may face later on. So in a sense, you know, by avoiding some of the challenges further afield, we put in, you know, some precautionary, you know, approaches. So I think that's my take. One other thing is, and maybe what we need here is not so much, you know, to talk in terms of energy or water or what, rather, you know, a kind of a well-being narrative needs to kind of inform us all in order to be able to think together by breaking silos between sectors and between different areas. Thanks.
That's great. And lastly, before I come back to two people, Zach, do you want to share your final thoughts?
Yes, I wanted to respond to Anthony about the GMOs. So there's more discussion around GMOs, but I think what's also important is the type of modification that is done to the crops that we can have a discussion around, because it can contribute to our adaptation strategies. We recently had a stakeholder discussion with Gambian stakeholders from farmers to ministries, and we outlined a number of adaptation strategies which included GMO. And when we asked them to rank which of them they considered to be the priority, GMO came down there. So there is some potential, but we need to have more discussion, engage people, and have a more context-specific discussion. What might work for Kenya might not actually work for Gambia, given the different climatic conditions. So there is some potential over there, but we need to look at the context and what might work to getting adaptation strategies for the different contexts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So as promised, no questions for the panelists because we're leaving it to you for the final words. So one final word and what you see as a priority. Who is the number two? Prioritizing somebody that hasn't spoken? Okay, number two. Okay.
Mine is a general comment about the strategies we are looking at. They say charity begins at home. Now, regarding the health sectors, are we having climate change prioritized within our sectors? We are here talking, discussing, but within back at our respective countries, is climate change prioritized? We have so many priorities, HIV, reproductive health. What is the priority of climate change within our sectors?
Yeah.
We need to think deeply about that. Or else we shall talk here, but in the end, when we go back, there will be no impact.
Yeah.
So we need to have charity beginning at home.
Okay, so how to localize the prioritization of climate within the healthcare sector. Thank you. Great point. Second priority.
Hello. Thank you, everyone, and to the panelists. My name is Serunjoji Richard from Uganda. I just wanted to add a voice to the discussion that has been going on and encourage everyone here to take action. I think from the discussions there have been things to do with knowledge preservation, transferring knowledge from the indigenous people who have been there and have knowledge regarding African practices. So we should take and explore practical and technological ways of transferring this knowledge to the current generation. A lot of knowledge is getting extinct because there are no ways of transferring this knowledge. So I will call upon all members here to explore ways of how to do that. Thank you.
That's great, intergenerational transfer of knowledge. Amazing. You have been an incredible discussants. So thank you for participating and sharing your thoughts and your insights and your questions and your expertise. But a huge thanks, a huge thanks goes to our panelists online and in person. Join me in thanking them.
هاي الفيديوهات هي لشعلات الغاز السامة. هي فيديوهات من جنوب العراق في المكان الذي أسكن فيه، اللي أشوفه كل يوم من أمام بيتي. شوف هاي الدخانة هسه شغلوا.
أنا المريض علي حسين جلول، مرض سرطان بالدم.
أنا أعيش في منطقة الرمال الشمالية بجانب شركة نفطية بريطانية اللي هي شركة البيبي.
وعندما راجعت للدكتور قلت له أنا عايش بهيك منطقة، فقال لي هاي الأشياء السبب رئيسي بهذا المرض.
النفط اللي يطلع من منطقتي يغذي الاقتصاد العالمي، يمكن حتى سيارتك تمشي بسببه. خلال الدقائق القادمة راح أخذكم داخل واحد من أكبر الحقول النفطية الملوثة في العالم، المكان اللي قناة BBC عربي دخلت له بالسر من أجل اكتشاف الحقيقة. كم هو سام التلوث في هذه المنطقة؟
هذيك راح يتعلقت.
ومن هو المسؤول عن تعريض الأطفال الساكنين هنا لخطر الإصابة بالسرطان؟ وما الذي يفعلون بالضبط كي يحاولون إبقاء سرا؟ نبغى نتفرغ أنت ضعيفة. لما كان عمري 15 سنة أصبت بمرض سرطان الدم، وهو سرطان يسببه مركب البنزين. هاي بها والله يا أمي أيام كارثة شلوي شن صار. دكتور شكري الخبير البيئي المحلي أخبرني أن البنزين يأتي من انبعاثات غاز الشعلات.
عندما يتم استخراج النفط، الغاز الطبيعي راح يصعد معاه إلى السطح. طبعا بالإمكان استثمار هذا الغاز لأغراض شتى، ولكننا في العراق نحن نحرق هذا الغاز، وخلال عملية الحرق هذه تنبعث كميات هائلة من المواد الكيميائية السامة المضرة بالصحة، ومن أخطرها مركب البنزين.
ما نعرف كمية البنزين في الهواء بالعراق. قناة BBC عربي مع الدكتور شكري يقومون بقياس مستويات التلوث في المناطق القريبة من الحقول النفطية.
عينة بول تقول بيه شوية وتجيبه هيك تقريبا نص. اوكي تعال جيب لي تقول بيه شوية وتجيبه حبيبي.
وبموافقة الأهالي يقوم الدكتور شكري بجمع عينات أدرار من 52 طفل يعيشون بالقرب من الشعلات لفحص مستويات المواد الكيميائية المرتبطة بالسرطان.
ما شاء الله تعرف سليم. انت حكي بيناتنا حتى عندنا بالبيضان من بعد ذاك نعم والله.
فاطمة عمرها 13 سنة وهي مثلي مصابة بسرطان الدم.
قمت بس ما أمشي وابتدينا يعني ما أقدر أمشي وبقيت بس إبرة واحدة وحطني الدم. هاي الشعلات النار نقدر نشوفها من مزرعتنا يطلع منهم دخان. بس نكمل هذا المخطط قاعد نسافر نطلعت بعدين نروح. هاي شوية حلوة.
منطقتنا بوسط أكبر حقل نفطي في العراق، ومع ذلك معدومة من الخدمات، ونحن معزولين عن بقية العالم.
هي السيطرة.
حقل الرمال النفطي تديره شركة بيبي البريطانية.
منعون وصول الباحثين إلى هاي المنطقة حتى ما يشخصون حالات التلوث الموجودة فيه. علي شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟
هواي عندنا بالمنطقة مصابين وهواي اكو بيهم متوفى وهسه اكو بيهم عايشين جاعانين من المرض. واحنا بالمنطقة تحديدا منطقة الرملة ما حد يحكي، بس يحكي يقول لك انا اخاف والله اخاف يشيلوني.
عباس اي عافية اقعد هنا. عباس قد عمرك عمو؟ ها؟ 16 قد ابو تقريبا؟ ها؟ 5 خلصنا. شكرا لكم.
من غير القانون أن يتم حرق الغاز في مسافة أقرب من 10 كيلومتر من المناطق السكنية. كل الأطفال اللي أخذ منهم دكتور شكر العينات هم يعيشون بمسافة أقرب من 10 كيلومتر عن الشعلات. هذه الشعلة تبعد عن بيت فاطمة 1.5 كيلو في حقل النفطي تديره شركة إيني الإيطالية.
حياك الله. كيف الحال حجي؟ شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟ أحوالك؟
الحمد لله.
أنتم تشمون غازات هنا في هاي المنطقة؟
دايرة علينا كل هاي النقط. بس أنت قاعد شوف بعينك، شوف هاي الجو، شوف.
أي ما أدري، أنا سمعت إنه صارت عندكم حالة لبنتك؟
فاطمة صار لها 2 سنين. العام شهر الثاني، بداية شهر الثاني. سخنت ودناها الطبيب فحصل قدمها الثاني.
شو الأخبار؟ شلونك؟ هاي مو؟ أكو نزيف ثاني برجلين؟ فاطمة ما زالت تنتظر متبرع لعملية زراعة النخاع العظم.
تحتاج يعني وجود مطابق، والمطابق لازم يكون 100% حتى ترسلها. بينهم أحسن. شو مين ترسل؟ انقضى شفت. زين قاعد تستجيبين كل زين مو زوجي. ما زوجي. ايه قاعدة وايد قبل عشوة قبل بالشهر يجيبها مرة هسه قامت كل يومين، يوم الثالث يجيبها وقامت ما تاكل خشمها ينزف قام. واحد يحترق شوف ابنه قدامه مريض مثل واحد مشتعل به نار وما يقدر يطفيه.
الشعلات ليس مضرة على صحتنا فقط، أيضا تؤثر على الكوكب بأكمله. إنها تطلق غاز الميثان وثاني أكسيد الكربون والتي تسبب الاحتباس الحراري. قناة BBC كشفت حجم الغاز اللي يتم حرقه من خلال بيانات الأقمار الاصطناعية.
BP's annual report makes it look to investors and the public like its flaring emissions are going down overall. But because it doesn't count emissions from sites where it's not the official operator, those aren't included. This is the case with Rumaila.
BP's annual flaring in 2021 across the whole world stood at just 4 million tonnes of CO2e. And that's misleading, because if Rumaila was included in those figures, they will be doubled. BP is concealing the true scale of its flaring emissions from the public and from investors.
خلال تصوير BBC وصلت أخبار حزينة عن فاطمة.
هذا توفت بي. هذا شخير شيء وتقول أنا ما أموت. ما أموت.
بالمستشفى وشوف جماعة الطفال يموتون ياما وهي ما لها غرض يعني كلش يعني لآخر يوم هي يعني قوية.
مثل كل مرة وياها
بعد أشهر من المراجعات العلمية المستقلة حصلت BBC والدكتور شكري على نتائج التحاليل ونسب التلوث.
صدق كذا؟
If I just look at the benzene data, we're seeing values from 3 up to 9.6 micrograms per meter cubed. And immediately that causes some worry to me. The WHO, for example, it has said that there is no safe level of benzene.
The children, they have strikingly high levels of metabolites of PAHs in their urine. From Rumeila, all of the children sampled there have high levels. 70% of the children that you sampled have high levels in their urine.
كنا نقصد انه نكشف مركب البنزين اللي موجود بالهواء. صراحه كانت نسبه مرتفعه.
اي معلومه. وهاي مريضه مدة نوديها برا بطنها مدري شنو، وعندها حصوه وعندها رمل. الحل احنا شو نسوي بهالحاله؟
يعني انا مهمتي انه احذركم، انبهكم، اوعيكم.
احنا نعرف، يعني احنا نعرف، هاي كل واحد يعرف هاي الشغلات يعرفها. الدخان هاي النفط هاي مضر، بس الحل شنو؟ نريد الحل. الحل شو راح نسوي يعني؟ حل الا الدوله تسد هذني توكلنا من هنا نسويهن.
حقل الرميلة هو تحت إدارة بريتش بتروليوم، وهو المسؤول عن كافة القياسات البيئية والصحية بهذا الحقل. فإذا فعلا هنالك عوامل خطر من هذا الشيء، فبريتش بتروليوم شركة النفط البريطانية مسؤولة عن إدارة هذا الموضوع، وأنا راح أدقق في الموضوع.
أنا دائما كل ما أستيقظ أقعد أشوف الحديقة، أسقيها ماي، أداريها، أزرع بيها. بعد يوم واحد من نشر قصتي على قناة BBC جاء موظف من قبل شركة البيبي وتحدث معي حول وضع الصحي، فأخبرته بما عانيت بسبب التلوث، وسألته هل من الممكن تعويضي من قبل الشركة، ولكن لم يتواصل معي مرة أخرى.
Start. Thank you so much for making time to join us this afternoon. And for those joining us virtually, thank you so much. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon from wherever you are tuning in from. This is our session on climate resilient and just health systems in Africa. My name is Liz Ntonjira. I'm the Global Communications Director at Amref Health Africa, and I'll be taking us through today's session. As you know, what has been taking center stage in COP27 is the issues of climate action. And we are facing a triple crisis that is occasioned by climate, health, and economy. And in this particular session, we're really trying to bring into perspective an integral topic area, which is that of health, the nexus of health and climate change. And we've realized for a long time that the impacts of climate change, one of the industries and systems that faces the biggest or bears the biggest brand is the health ecosystem in any country. When there are floods, health facilities are washed away. From a very great example we were given in Uganda, for instance. When there are floods, there's disease outbreak. When there's drought, there's an emergence. And when there's drought, when there's air pollution, when there's water pollution, there's an emergence of new diseases that come up. But then when we're talking about climate and health, health has often been taken to the periphery. How do we make it an integral part of this discussion? Those are some of the outcomes we hope to achieve in this, what's going to be a very engaging session. And the other outcome we hope to achieve is to find out the status of the Libreville Declaration. What has been the outcome to date? What has been the outcome of ATTACH that was born out of the COP26 deliberations in Glasgow? And also, finally, how can different partners in different ecosystems work together towards a shared vision and goal instead of working in silos? Those are some of the things we hope to achieve. And with me this afternoon is a distinguished panel of what I would love to call climate action activists coming from different sectors, the civil society sector, the NGO, the government, the multilateral organizations, and our very vibrant youth. And we're going to hear from all of them this afternoon. The runoff show will have Adenike Titilope, who will start us off. She is a youth climate activist, and if you've been following these conversations, she wouldn't be a new face for you. She has been front, back, and center advocating for the role of women and girls in the whole conversation around women, around climate change. Will be followed by opening Those are some challenges, tech challenges, so please bear with us. Everybody has been experiencing them. Followed from the curtain raiser by Adenike Titilope from Nigeria will be Honorable Eisenhower Mkaka, the Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change from Malawi, who will give a keynote address on some particular issues around the actions on the Libreville Declaration and pertaining Africa's and the continental-wide response to climate action. Thereafter, I'll be joined by a distinguished panel that consists of Dr. Maria Neira, who, if you were here earlier, was part of the panelist of this fascinating video from BBC on some of the critical or impacts of climate actions. Dr. Neira is the WHO Director in the Department of Environment, Climate Change and Health. I'll be joined by Dr. Jenny Miller, the Executive Director, Global Climate and Health Alliance. I'll be joined by Dr. Githenji Gitahe, the Group CEO of Amref Health Africa, via video on his contribution on this really important discussion. And I will be joined by Professor Akin Abuyomi, the Commissioner of Health for Lagos State, Nigeria. And last but certainly not the least, Adenike will be joining us back on stage on the youth contribution and the role that the youth play. So without further ado, I would like to request Adenike to come here as our curtain raiser. A big round of applause for Adenike. Please stand here.
Thank you so very much. As we all know, climate change is linked to health issue. That means climate change is the biggest threat. That means climate change is the biggest threat to our health system. A very good examples or indicators that affect our health system is the floods, the drought, food insecurity, and other issues that defines us. For example, the flood that happened in Nigeria definitely led to the outbreak of cholera, and it has affected thousands of people because the loss of life also, like 600 people died from the flood crisis. And it has been known that by 2030 or 2050, that the health cost of the climate change crisis will lead to $2 to $4 trillion annually. At the same time, 100 million people will fall into poverty, because one of the great indicators of health challenges today is the loss of livelihoods. Then water. The ability for people to be able to access water. Just for example, I advocate for the restoration of Lake Chad that have shrunk by 90%. And so lack of water affects people access to clean water and other purposes, for agricultural purposes as well. At the same time, oil spillage, for example, in the Niger Delta, affects people to have safe drinking water, which definitely leads to diseases. And at the same time, the COVID-19 has been linked to the climate change crisis that has led to the death of millions of people, affecting thousands of lives and their livelihood at the same time. And so if we don't act against the climate change crisis, it will lead to more pandemic, more health issues that are linked to the crisis that we have faced, both existing and new crises. And so I want us to act like climate change is a crisis, that we should include health-related issues in our deliverables or in climate-related actions. That climate change is affecting every sectors: health, environment, transportation, agriculture, and everything that defines us currently. If we don't act, then we might be in a world where it's going to be faced with more pandemics, more crises, beyond loss and damage. Because if we don't act now, it's even beyond adaptation currently, that we can't even adapt to the climate change crisis once it happens. Because it has already been mentioned by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that if we could act now, it's going to prevent us from crisis. That for every percentage or every rise in global warming, that it always leads to increase in diseases, both new and existing disease. And so I want us to act. I want us to come up with policies that will help our environment, that will also help the people as well, because our diversity is also being faced with the climate change crisis. And our lungs, just like this, is the one bearing the brunt of this crisis. And so also those people displaced by the climate change crisis also lack health safety facilities, affecting the United Health Coverage objectives. And so also are women and girls, that once they are displaced, it affects their ability to have right to health and the rest. And at the same time, women and girls trek distance. It also decimates their health at the same time. Imagine you trekking 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 20 kilometers as you can go to search for natural resources. And also using firewood also affects women and girls' health and makes them to have short-term lifespan. And so that is why we need to act. That is affecting everything is affecting humanity as well. And the time to act is now, that we cannot even wait for 2030, 2050, because the more we prolong climate justice, the more it affects our health system and brings it down. And we know countries like mine that are developing lack this access to the capacity to adapt to this crisis. When the COVID-19 struck, it was done on us that we need to take care of our health system to survive the climate change crisis. And so we need to prepare now. Those policies, those laws that we need to put in place have to start from now. If we don't put them in place now, it will be difficult for us to checkmate all of those things when it's strong. We don't have to wait for when it results to the loss and damage, leading to the loss of life, because once lives are lost, it's very difficult for us to regain them. And so those are the inevitable impacts of the climate change crisis that are even beyond finance, like the loss of identity, the loss of health that could become irreversible. So I want us to act. I want us to come up with different initiatives. And the time to act is now. Thank you.
I think Titi Lope deserves another hearty clap. I mean, if we don't act now, the more grave the repercussions are becoming, particularly on health. And her key message is act now. Now, I want to ask a quick question. If you've been affected indirectly or directly through climate, please raise your hand for those in the room. And please feel free for those who are joining us virtually to raise your hand, your virtual hand. Literally everybody in the room has been either has been affected indirectly or directly by climate change. So it's time for us to act now, and everybody has a role to play. Without further ado, I now invite Honorable Eisenhower Mkaka for his keynote remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to start by expressing my gratitude for being invited to speak at this important meeting on climate change and health. Climate change impacts have not spared any sector. Hence, it is important that these interlinked issues are dealt with together, especially at this time when our countries are seeking to achieve universal health coverage by 2030 as part of our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. Your Excellencies, we cannot talk about achieving universal health coverage without us implementing activities for mitigating the effects of climate change on health. In my country, for example, despite significant progress made during the past years in building resilience and strengthening capacity of the health sector, the sector remains among the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. The increase in extreme weather events contributes to the worsening of people's health status and damaging of health physical infrastructure. Climate change also influences disease burden pattern of some infectious diseases, that is climate-sensitive diseases such as diarrhea, bilharzia, and malaria. In 2019, for example, when my country was hit by the cyclone Idai, we experienced an increase in cases in the affected districts of Chikwawa and Nsanje. This year, the tropical Ana and Gombe also resulted into cases of cholera impacting several districts such as Chikwawa, Nsanje, Mulanje, Palombe, Zomba, Mangochi, Machinga, Balaka, and Nkota. A good number of them. Your Excellencies, the Libreville Declaration has contributed to building and improving partnerships for targeted and specific advocacy on health and environmental issues. It is based on the recognition that good, sustainable environmental management promotes good health and averts the need for certain types of investment in public health, hence having scarce financial resources for other public health interventions. As the old adage goes, prevention is better than cure. Malawi is committed to facilitating access to funding for the implementation of country's climate change and health activities. The activities range from increasing the resilience of health systems and reducing emissions from the sector. The country is in the process of developing a health sector strategic plan 3, in which issues of climate change are one of the priority areas. Development of the health sector strategic plan 3 is being guided by Malawi's Vision 2063 document. The plan will consider the potential of the health sector to contribute to emissions reduction, to the emissions reduction target of the country, while following a sustainable and a resilient health system approach. We have already started installing solar systems in most of our health facilities instead of installing diesel generators for electricity, and we plan to buy energy efficient pieces of medical equipment that will allow with low carbon emissions in nature, and in this way we will reduce the health sector's carbon footprint. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this builds on the interventions my country has been implementing since 2014 under Global Framework for Climate Services, GFCS project, funded by the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Delivering Climate Resilient Water and Sanitation in Africa and Asia project, funded by Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. Remarkable achievements have been registered, such as development of 1. Malawi Vulnerable and Adaptation Assessment Report 2017, 2. Health advisories on extreme weather events, 3. Health Sector National Adaptation Plan, 4. National Communication Strategy on Human Health and Climate Change. The project also increased capacity of health workers and communities by facilitating the integration of a module on climate change and human health in the curriculum of some health training institutions and community training manuals, and established multi-sectoral health and climate change core team for coordination. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite all these efforts, adequate and predictable funding remains a key challenge to advance health and climate priorities at national level. There are limited funding opportunities for health and climate change interventions. Hence, we fail to adequately implement the plans we have developed, such as Health Sector National Adaptation Plan, Vulnerability and Adaptation Assessment Recommendations, and nationally determined contributions. Considering that there is a political commitment and will, and plans and policies are available, I would like to appeal to the development partners and multilateral climate financing institutions such as Green Environment Fund, GEF, and Green Climate Fund, GCF, to strategically consider funding for climate change and health initiatives, not only in Malawi, but in all developing countries. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to extend words of appreciation to all our partners for the support they give to our countries in adapting and mitigating the effects of climate change. A stronger focus on primary prevention places a health environment at the center of the health agenda. This is not to this is a task for ministries of health and environment. This is not a task for ministries of health and environment alone. There is an opportunity for sharing best practices and adopting and adapting innovative solutions. Indeed, A Pan-African multi-sectoral partnership on climate change and health will bring more effectiveness and efficiency in coordination, which will help decision makers from the various sectors to work together at national and continental levels to deliver climate resilient and just health systems. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mkaka, and it is such kind of commitment, political will, and political missions that we need in terms of us being able to achieve what we hope to achieve in the impact, in mitigating the impact of climate change on not only health, which bears the biggest brunt, but also other industries. How can all these ministries work together? The Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Agriculture. How can they work together in the different countries so that then whatever discussions were done in the Libreville Declaration, what was committed by 22 African countries in the attach, pegged on the COP26, how can we fast track that movement? Thank you so much, Honorable Mkaka. We do appreciate the commitment that Malawi has taken and being at the fore of ensuring that this climate change is a priority in the country. Thank you so much. I'm going to invite our panelists to please come to the podium. And I would ask our organizers to please help with just 2 more seats that we need at the podium. Please do take your seats. Prof. Akin, please feel free to sit anywhere. Adenike Tutulope, please do take a seat. Dr. Jenny Miller. And Dr. Maria Nera. And we'll have a video contribution from Dr. Githenji Gitahi. For now, the discussion that we're going to have, I'd like you to see the contextualization of that discussion on our first video that we're going to play for you. I hope it's audible for both our in-house and virtual guests that are joining us today. And I want to refer to you as discussants because you are discussants in this conversation. And we're really looking to having a productive engagement around this. The first video, please. We need sound. indeed. You've seen the staggering statistics that have been played, and we do invite you to join the rest of the world as we demand action to be taken in terms of mitigating climate change and its impact. Now, just to refresh your memory in terms of our distinguished panelists, who I'd love to call climate action activists in their own different individual and collective capacities. I will start to my far left. We have Dr. Maria Neira, who's a director at WHO in the Department of Environment, Climate Change and Health. We have Dr. Jenny Miller, who's the executive director, Global Climate and Health Alliance. We have Ms. Adenike Titilope, who's a Nigerian climate justice activist. And last but not least, on the podium, we have Professor Akin Abuyomi, the Commissioner of Health for Lagos State in Nigeria. And a person who's not here with us today, but there'll be a video contribution, is Dr. Githenji Gitahi, the Group CEO of Amref Health Africa. Now, I'm going to start with a topic that has superseded or just comes, we're in COP27, and there was this great document from COP26, the Attach. Dr. Neira, over to you in terms of where are we with that? What have been the processes? What is the status? What are some of the commitments? And what are some of the pain points? I know it's a very fully packed question, but it's something you're very passionate about.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Hello l'Afrique. I know that there are plenty of francophones. Bonjour l'Afrique quand même. On ne veut pas vous discriminer avec la langue. Il y a des francophones ici dans la salle? Bonjour la francophonie quand même. Okay, let's move to English again. But thank you so much. It's such a pleasure. You know, one of the reasons why it makes me very happy, those two health commitments that we took at COP26, is because they are very much action-oriented. And I think the health community is a little bit fed up, if you allow me to use that expression, to do a very good diagnosis, but we feel frustrated that we cannot move from the diagnosis to propose a very good treatment. So those two health commitments from last year are prescriptions that we made as the health community, and now we are moving on treating our patients. One of the commitments is to make our healthcare facilities more climate resilient. We need to make sure that they are not only low carbon, but climate resilience, and accelerate access to sources of energy. Of course, clean, sustainable, and friendly sources of energy. So essentially, on a nutshell, we want to electrify with solar panel any single healthcare facility in Africa. What is that? Is that ambitious enough? How do you feel about it? There is no reason why we will not be doing it. If there is something that is a free resource in Africa, it's sun. So no excuses, the technology is there, the cost of the renewables are going down, and the technologies are getting more and more friendly use, and we have the capacity to make sure that those healthcare facilities in Africa that they do not have now access to electricity, or if they have it, is not reliable, they should be electrified, and then we will be able to provide the services that we want from a medical point of view, plus making those healthcare facilities less dependent on fossil fuels like diesel generators that they are using in most of the occasion. The other health commitment is the so-called attach. We want to decarbonize the health system, means those healthcare facilities or hospitals that are already contributing to the carbon footprint, they will be happy to join this alliance, the attach. We have already, I understand, 64 from today, countries that has signed attach to reduce the carbon footprint of the health system. You know that altogether globally the health system contributes to 5% of the global carbon emissions. Of course, our hospitals need electricity. They are very electricity intense demanded, and they need to keep with that. But what about if we move to reduce in terms of supplies, procurement, energy efficiency, end changing the sources of energy, and we make our healthcare facilities zero carbon, hopefully in 20 years from now. So I'm very excited about these two commitments, because we think that the health system, the health community can lead by example, and demonstrating that this is feasible. We contribute, we generate some motivation among the health professionals, and hopefully we will keep putting pressure on those who need to accelerate this transition to renewable sources of energy and stop the combustion of fossil fuels that is literally killing us. Over to you. Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neera. And it's fascinating that you talk about the role the health sector has, especially in the infrastructure. And earlier in the last week, it was quite interesting to see that these commitments are actually being actioned. We took a field visit to the Egypt Health Authority, where there's a field, and if you haven't, I encourage you to please do so, to go to the green zone and check out the field hospital that is there, because it is fully running on solar. It has an MRI machine, it has an ICU, it has outpatient, inpatient, everything that is needed in a health facility. So those are commitments that we are seeing being actioned. Thank you so much for that. Dr. Miller, let me come to you in terms of the institutional arrangements that have been put in place. How are they, as a civil society organization lead, how are you ensuring that they are being fast-tracked? What people committed to, they're actually actioning on what they committed to as far as health is concerned.
Yeah, I'd really like to, well, first I want to say that the previous speakers, the Honorable Minister, our esteemed youth speaker, and Dr. Neera have made my job easy for me, because you've already referred to some of the things that I, from the civil society point of view, would recommend, and that my organization and our many members and partners have been advocating for. The first piece that I want to reference is the preparation of health workers. So we know from health workers, health professionals, doctors, nurses, as well as public health and community health workers that know about climate change, that they do not feel prepared. They do not feel prepared to care for their patients in this changing world. We also know that many health workers and health professionals do not yet understand climate change and know about it. And so one of the institutions that I would like to point to is the preparation of our health workers, the curriculum, as the Honorable Minister referred to, in the preparation of health professionals, doctors and nurses, the training programs. And why this is so important, thank you. This is so important because when health workers are well prepared and well trained and well aware of climate change, they can support all of the changes in the health systems that the attached network is calling for. They can be champions within their own health systems. They're going to be the ones implementing some of these changes, and they are very important to that transformation. In addition, we have seen that health professionals and health workers can be very strong champions in the broader world in calling for the cross-sectoral changes that need to happen. So that brings me to the second component, which again, all three of the previous speakers have referred to, and that is the institutions across sectors. So we know that for a health system to be resilient, for it to be decarbonized, it cannot do that alone. It depends on energy systems, it depends on transportation systems, it depends on food systems, as well as supply chains for medications and waste and so forth. And that requires a whole of society commitment to these changes. And I believe, if I recall correctly, that my organization did an analysis of the nationally determined contributions that every country is required to submit under the Paris Agreement. I believe that Malawi scored very highly, and that's because Malawi built in health across its commitments on mitigation, on adaptation, on assessing impacts, and on financing. So that's the kind of cross-sectoral, whole-of-government approach to integrating climate change and integrating health. And what we know is that if you build health into your climate solutions across sectors, you get better policies, you get more health co-benefits, you get better outcomes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miller, for that. And I'll be coming back to the question on financing because it's a big one. It's the elephant in many rooms in this COP27. I want to go to Adenike because there's this amazing, vibrant youth movement that is being led by different young people from different countries, different regions, that is very adamant and very proactive in terms of the change needs to happen now because future generations are relying on it. There's that movement, and then there's the policymakers who maybe seem not to keep up to pace with the fast tracking of the youth movement. What have been some of the initiatives and some of the things that you've been doing in your own activism to ensure that governments and policymakers are not left behind and that the youth voice is being heard?
Okay, thank you so very much. I really feel like young people's role should not be limited. Like we could be policymakers, innovators, we could be different parts of our society, not just implementers or volunteers or the likes. So as the founder of Elite Climate Action, one of those things we do is to try to champion youth voice. Around the world, especially in Africa, looking at the fact that if we have youth negotiator in the room, it will improve the processes, just like getting the Nigerian badge. It helps to improve the process of the negotiation process when youth take part in the negotiation process. And as well, trying to champion issues on climate action, that we need climate education, because I believe that if you don't understand that a problem exists, you can't even solve it. So the first thing is to get aware, then you get to understand how we could all solve the problem together. And looking at the fact that climate change is not just limited to the environment, it's all interconnected: agriculture, transport, housing, health, different things. I studied agricultural economics as a first class graduate, but then I feel like the impact is even far and near reaching, because I schooled where the clashes between the farmers and the herdsmen are rapid, and this is because of the fact that they don't understand that it is lack of or the depleting natural resources that makes them to clash a lot, because the farmers and the herdsmen, they both depend on the same resources. They depend on land, they depend on water, and also being affected by climatic factors. And so I draw inspiration from those experiences and feel like educating people could help to bring solutions on the table together, because I alone cannot just bring the solution. We need different people from different sectors to bring the solutions on board, and also trying to see how we could use geospatial in addressing issue of Lake Chad, which I got a fellowship for a residency in Germany next year, to see how we could address Lake Chad using different issues of mappings and then providing solution through that means, in order to see how we could provide resolutions of different kinds for policymakers. And I once challenged the IPCC authors during my interview that, okay, during the IPCC process, you could also include young people to take part in this process so as to better the process or the outcomes of the result, because young people can never be limited on their roles and which they could play, that beyond the implementation, they could also be involved in the process so that they become part of it and they're able to execute it perfectly. And so different things we do.
Thank you so much, Adenike. Your point on no one being left behind, ensuring that we're all moving together. And I feel like your point also transcends on the point that Dr. Miller was saying on capacity building. How do we ensure not only the health workers are being educated on the impact of climate change and how they carry out their work, but also how do we educate communities on the impact of climate change and what are some of the mitigating initiatives they can undertake to support. It's a whole ecosystem. Thank you so much for that. I'll move over to Professor Akin, who's the Commissioner of Health in the state of Lagos. And for those in the room who did not know, Lagos is the fourth largest economy in Africa. Am I right? Exactly. So you can imagine it's really big. In terms of the framework of cooperation between the environment and health, how is the status in Lagos with 30 million people, with a population of 30 million people, and what is the status of implementation, and what have been some of the pain points?
Thank you very much, and a pleasure to be here amongst these distinguished panelists. Well, I think first and foremost you need a lot of political will. And you can see in this room I'm accompanied by several of my colleagues, the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budgeting, the Commissioner for Environment, the Special Advisor on Strategic Development Goals. And we've accompanied our Governor, His Excellency Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, with a very large entourage to COP27. The reason for this is that Lagos is a mega city that won't stop growing. It's low-lying and it's coastal. And it's got this large population on a very small footprint. So there's a very high human density, which makes us particularly vulnerable to climatic shocks and biological shocks. So the sea is trying to flood the land. We've got rivers flowing into Lagos as a delta. A third of Lagos is water. And we've got this huge population in there. So we've done a very strategic analysis. And we've come up with a climate adaptation and resilience plan, which our governor is going to present here at COP27 tomorrow. And inside this plan are various facets. There's environment, there's transportation, there's agriculture, there's health, there's urban planning, there's justice. And we're coming to present this plan because we have figured out that if we are not active or proactive, we're going to incur up to $30 billion in climate catastrophe in the next 10 or 20 years. And so a stitch in time saves 9. And we know now that we've calculated what we need to do. We need to spend about 9 or 10 billion over the next 5 or 10 years to prevent this high catastrophic consequence of economic shocks that may arise out of climatic perturbations. Now, for us, we already have an agenda. Even at the beginning of our administration, with the governor put health and environment in the same silo, already recognizing the close relationship between environment and health. And we've taken that a step further, and we've adopted the WHO One Health paradigm. I think we're one of the first governments to do that. We set up a special committee where we've been discussing how to develop policies and guidelines around One Health. And for those of you that don't know what One Health is, it's the relationship between health, agriculture, and environment. So we're looking at health very holistically. You can't be a healthy person if you're living in an unhealthy environment or you're eating unhealthy food. So COVID also showed us the close relationship between environment and health. So what we're doing in Lagos is to present this adaptation plan. We are also in the health sector. We are developing climate doctors. We've developed a biosecurity roadmap, where we're training doctors on what to look out for as climate consequences in health. One of the biggest things is biosecurity, because when we talk about biosecurity, we're talking about maintaining the health of the biosphere in which we live. And we know that if we disrupt that biosphere, we as human beings are going to be the casualties. So we've got a very strong biosecurity roadmap, and we're developing that. We use that to fight COVID, and we were very successful in Lagos, because Lagos was the entry point of COVID into Nigeria, which is 20 million population. We also have a very unique climate change resilient infrastructure plan. So what we've recognized is that our hospitals and our clinics are very heavy on fossil fuel dependency. So we've done two things. We've designed new blueprint facilities, which we're now building, both at the primary healthcare level and the general hospital level. They're very low in carbon to build. To run the facilities, a lot of them will be off the grid, or the big hospitals will at least have a much lower carbon footprint in terms of operating these facilities. We also designed them not just for low energy consumption, but we looked at the flow of patients and the flow of doctors and health professionals through the facility. We looked at the consequence of infectious diseases. In COVID, we learned that our old hospitals were inappropriate because patients were collecting in waiting rooms with very little ventilation, and when there's no electricity, the ventilation is even worse. So now these new facilities we have, which are what we call the governor's blueprint, we're beginning to build them now. They're very low in carbon, they're well ventilated, they're suitable for equatorial climates. They have natural cooling facilities. We looked at where the sun rises and where the sun sets. We looked at where the wind blows. And so these buildings will be structured in such a way that they're natural, eco-sustainable, eco-resilient buildings. And I think in the next 4 or 5 years, we're going to have a very low carbon footprint health sector. Now, you asked what our pain points are. Well, the whole climate agenda and development are diametrically opposed. If we want to industrialize as fast as the developed world industrialize, we're going to be heavy on carbon footprint. So now that everybody has to cut down on carbon, we have to find a way to reach that same level of economic development without using cheap energy, of which we have abundance. We have coal coming out of the ground. We have oil coming out of the ground. We have gas coming out of the ground, but we can't use it. Or the climate agenda tells us you can't use it. So what are we going to use to develop our economies? So there's a very fine balance between economic development and the climate agenda. When we did our climate adaptation and resilience plan, we discovered that we needed $30 billion to make Lagos climate proof. Where are we going to find $30 billion? So that's the pain point. We've put it's not a fabrication. We've done all the calculations. That's what we need. We're here to solicit support and help. We're going to start. We've already started. It's not like this is a piece of paper. We've been building a climate resilience economy for the past 4 or 5 years. We're a significant way down the path. We're just going to keep going. We're looking for funding. We're looking for partners. And of course, we're always going to solicit higher income generating projects in Lagos State. Thank you.
Wow. Absolutely. That deserves a really hearty clap, because one of the things you did mention is political will, and that's what we're feeling in the room today. From the presentation and the keynote from Honorable Mukaka, from our commissioner in Nigeria, we can see that Nigeria has been hard at work ensuring that it becomes climate change proof in terms of how it's carrying out its activities. But the bigger question is in the pain points and how do we overcome those pain points. Partnerships is one of the things that is really critical, and South-to-South learning is also very critical in this journey. And the South-to-South learning is what Nigeria is doing, what Malawi is doing. In a previous panel, I could see what Uganda was doing, what Ethiopia has been doing in their 15-year initiative. Really fascinating lessons to learn from. But what is the role of partnerships and the importance of designing a Pan-Africa partnership that really responds to the attached commitments that were made? And that's something that Dr. Gethenji Gitahi is going to tackle in his video contribution. So if we could please play the second video. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to contribute to this debate on the sidelines of COP27 on climate change and health, and how to create multi-sectoral partnerships. AmRef Health Africa is hosting this session in addition to previous sessions that we've held at the World Health Assembly in Geneva and also at the UN General Assembly in New York, to really discuss what does work or activities or action around climate change and health look like. And this session that we are having today is starting to look at how do we build on existing initiatives that are going on, including the Alliance for Transformative Action on Climate and Health, which is WHO-led, but bringing together many other partners and governments to see how we really drive this agenda on health and climate change. I would like to tell you that, for one, I attended COP27 in person last week, and I noticed the absence of health as a key item on the agenda of COP27. And then, of course, the WHO Pavilion, and we must thank WHO for putting this together. We're finding that the health agenda in climate change is not central to the conversation. And this is what we need to work towards, so that by the time we get to COP28, we actually have health at the center of the climate change activity. Because, for health, we are saying that the entire climate change agenda is not just about the planet. It is also about lives and livelihoods. And lives and livelihoods are at the center of the climate change action, because without people, without healthy people, then we can't have a healthy planet as well at the same time. So this agenda is, how do we then bring together all different partners and create a multi-sectoral partnership platform that we can build this agenda on to ensure health in several areas. One, looking at vulnerabilities of communities and countries to climate change. How is it affecting their lives and their livelihoods? Secondly, what programs do we need to put in place to ensure that we can build adaptation to actually protect and build people's lives and livelihoods for a better future? And then what kind of financing and governance and community participation agenda do we need to bring in? But none of this can happen on its own. And therefore, Amref Health Africa and our partners are looking at how do we actually create this multi-sectoral partnership platform. Now, for one, we know that climate change is a multiplicity of issues. On one side, of course, we have the fossil fuel conversation. So those people who are actually addicted to fossil fuels, we need to be allies to ensure that they are working together to save lives and livelihoods. Secondly, we need the health sector to work together, not only to reduce its own carbon and greenhouse emissions, but also to work together to build resilient health systems that protect people. Thirdly, we need agriculture in the room, because nutrition is part of building healthy lifestyles. And then we need also to bring the people from the environment sector, because this is about ensuring that we have a sustainable planet, and planetary health is part of driving healthy populations. But we also need to look at who are these other different people who need to be there. Of course, this whole action needs to be led by government. We need private sector in the room. We need civil society. Civil society not only at a global level, but at a local level, at the community level, at the people's representation. And all these voices must be brought in, irrespective of their language, their socio-economic status, their ability to travel to the global health arena. They must be able to contribute from where they are. We must be able to bring in people, to bring in the lived experiences, or voices that bring in lived experiences. It is not going to be easy, but we have to start now. The best time to start is now, and I'm glad that we are having this conversation. And all these partners, then we have to ask ourselves, what does each of them bring? Remember that we need people, we need resources, we need financial resources, we need knowledge. And we must be uncomfortable and go beyond the partners we are used to. Often in the health sector, we tend to talk to ourselves. It's almost like an echo chamber. We need to bring in, for example, the public development banks, the multilateral banks. We need to bring in private sector that we've not worked with before. We haven't worked with agriculture development. We haven't worked with people who are actually in climate finance. We need to bring in the Green Climate Fund. We need to bring all these people. So I'm hoping that this particular session can actually delve into not only the who, the what, but the how. And thanks for having me contribute to this discussion. And I look forward to the outcomes and taking them forward for a better COP28 and a better future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Githinji Gitahi. And the how is, how do we continue these conversations, ensuring that no one is left behind? Just going to the point that Adenike did speak about. And these conversations are still ongoing with our Health Agenda Conference that will be held from the 6th to the 8th of March next year in Kigali. And we have shared some posters with you to continue this fantastic conversation. Now, before I get to the questions, because I did say that you are discussants in this particular session, so I'm hoping to hear from you either contributions, feedback, commitments that we are making from the floor, as well as questions that you may have. I want to pose a question to, and Dr. Nera, this goes to you. As you know, the different frameworks that are developed, one of the biggest things that each panelist has talked about is the financing bit. What is your recommendation in when this document, because there will be another document that will come out of COP27, it would be really great to see that these frameworks are supported by a financing model that will support countries achieve these really ambitious targets. Any comments on that?
Yeah, thank you. ATTACH, as you know, has been formally launched only a few weeks ago. And one of the working groups we have set up is about financing. As you know, a couple or 3 days ago, we had here a big meeting launching this financing part. We invited different partners. It was the Green Climate Fund, there were different governments, the hosting countries of the COP. We hope that this critical issue could be, we could offer some solutions or at least some channel to finance support to those incredible projects like the one described in Lagos. The Green Climate Fund, as you know, has been, until now, maybe the process to assess the funds have been very encumbered, but we have the reassurance now that they will accelerate with all of that. So we hope that we will be able to offer at least some mechanism and procedures facilitated to give a space to all of these wonderful and challenging and championing projects that I'm sure that then will be self-maintained in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Questions and contributions from the floor? Yes. Lady in blue.
Hello. You can hear my voice?
No.
Hello. Well, first of all, thank you so much for mentioning Egypt Healthcare Authority. I am a technical officer there, so thank you so much. And you should visit Sharm el-Sheikh International Hospital too. We did there a great job. I would like just to talk about financing thing too. It was an issue while we were working on Sharm el-Sheikh Hospital. We searched a lot for finance, and that was a problem because most of the funds are dedicated to environmental issues. There's nothing related to health, and whenever we tried to find a fund, it was always with the Ministry of Environment, and I think it's always their priority to do their work. Nothing is dedicated to health and climate change. So I hope we can just, find a way to like merge them, or to find, to direct or make something dedicated to health and climate change. Thank you. And I would like to thank you again for Egypt Healthcare Authority.
No problem. Thank you so much for that contribution. Again, it focuses on finance. And since we're on the finance topic, I'd like to ask Prof. Akin, and then I'll move to Dr. Miller on, as a country, it seems you've really prioritized climate and health. Has this been part of even your budgeting itself? And what would be your recommendation to other countries as well?
So, as you can see, I'm accompanied by the man in charge of the budget in Lagos and my colleague in charge of environment. So we've come as a team, and that demonstrates the highest level of political will. And our governor is coming tomorrow, and we're here as part of his entourage to talk about not only what we need to do, but how to get the funding to do what we need to do. So of course we have to look internally as well. You know, we got to look at how to squeeze money out of a budget that is heavily prioritized to deal with a multitude of problems that we have in Lagos. But also we're going into a retreat in a few weeks' time to look at how to bump up the IGR of the state. You know, where can we go in the state to look for more funding that's going to fuel this agenda that we have on climate-proofing the state, because we recognize that we're so vulnerable. We recognize we need to pour resources into it. And, you know, so we're here not just to spread our message, but also we're projecting Lagos as the model mega city of Africa, you know, and so it requires us to team up with our colleagues across the continent and see what ideas we can exchange, you know, what are people trying in different parts of the continent. We're just a city that won't stop growing. Everybody's coming into Lagos, either from Nigeria or from the sub-region, and so we need to be proactive, you know, and we need to work on financing mechanisms. Now, for us in health, we've discovered and we've just introduced a new initiative which is around insurance, social health insurance, which is a very important way of financing health, because you can't just look to government to provide free funds, to provide free services. We've just enacted We've just passed a law in the country that makes it mandatory for all Nigerians and all Lagosians to enroll in a social health insurance scheme. And that is a very important way of financing health, because that fund is a pooling mechanism, and everybody knows how insurance works. It's not, nobody ever needs insurance all the time. So your funding goes into this pooling mechanism, which can be cross-subsidized to provide both the demand and the supply side in the health economics. So we're driving a health financing agenda, not just increasing the budget of the state. We're looking at opportunities to increase income generation across the sector, and we're looking at this innovative idea around mandatory health, social health insurance.
Thank you so much, Prof. Akin. I know when we're talking about, and Dr. Miller, I'd love to hear from you as we come to you for the next question or comment. The messaging of climate action has been one of the biggest impediments to even accessing funds, because often people talk about the future and you have people dying now because of drought, because of floods. The messaging has to change to ensure that either philanthropists, either governments dedicate these monies into the requisite mitigation initiatives that need to be done. What has been your experience, and what is your recommendation to different sectors of groups in terms of the financing model?
Yeah, I think that's very right. Looking at climate change as a future problem is completely misplaced, and it has been for a very long time, but I think that's now more recognized globally and not just in countries that experience the greatest impacts initially. On the financing front, the health community, the health civil society community around the world has kind of come together to call for stronger funding for the Green Climate Fund. The funds that have been promised were not yet delivered, but also for that fund to be allocated not only for mitigation, but also for adaptation, and also for that fund explicitly to include funds for health. So right now, that's not a particular focus of the fund, and it does make it very hard to access funding for projects. In addition, coming into this COP, we've made a call for financing for loss and damage. We know that countries are experiencing significant impacts, countries that have not been the drivers of climate change to date. High-income countries that have historically driven the climate crisis have the resources, have the responsibility, and have a duty to step up and provide some of that funding. currently, the kinds of the amounts that we're talking about with the Green Climate Fund, we know that those are completely inadequate to addressing the burden of climate change, the kind of resilience we need to build, the kind of adaptation we need to make, and the kind of mitigation that we need to be doing. So, and we also saw during the COVID pandemic that funding can be liberated to do things quickly. Systems can change quickly if there is a sense of urgency and if there is a recognition and the political will, to Dr. Hakim's point. So that's, I think, those are some of the issues that we're seeing from the civil society perspective, and I think building that political will is critical.
Hi, do you hear me? Okay, great. Amanda with London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. I just want to mention that it's very, very exciting to hear what Lagos State Government is doing. I had a small stint with the Lagos State Government in 2018 working on urban climate resilience when the Resilient Cities Initiative was first launched in Lagos State. And there wasn't really that clear messaging on how the health community was working across this new initiative, but it's so exciting to see a delegation here. And my question to you is something that has come up in my research a lot is how you work subnationally with the national government. So while you're here, are you working with the Nigerian delegation to push what you're looking for to finance, for example, the health agenda as part of your planning? Is there other maybe agreements or maybe more tangible examples that you could give us on how you work within the country, subnationally and nationally? That would be really helpful. Thank you.
So, since Lagos State is a subnational, and you're quite right. So what we've decided to do, because the climate negotiations happen at national level. So a subnational can't engage in climate negotiations. But we have to influence our negotiators, to push this agenda around loss and damage and around the doubling of adaptation financing, and also making Africa a very special, situation where our needs and circumstances are totally different, because they say that Africa is going to be the most impacted by climate change over the next 10, 20, 30 years. So I think in the negotiations, it is incumbent on us to support the national negotiators to achieve these objectives that we've just heard, increasing financing for climate change, increasing loss and damage, or at least putting it on the agenda. It's not yet on the agenda of the Paris Agreement. So, we've got to push it in there. And Africa needs to make a case for doubling of adaptation. As we all know, we're not responsible for the greenhouse gases that are now impacting us in such a severe way. So we do deserve a special concession as a needs environment. And we've got to be very aggressive about that negotiation. So what we're doing in Lagos is working with our national negotiators to push those points ahead, because there are certain areas of Nigeria that are extremely climate sensitive. Lagos is one of them, but the extreme north that borders with the desert is encroaching in Nigeria by 15 kilometers every year. That is wiping out huge resources by the year. And that's what's causing a lot of conflicts and migration problems in the country. So we've got to address this problem, and we've got to be aggressive, otherwise we face an existential situation.
Thank you for that. I know when a discussion is really interesting, time just runs by. I don't know if there's another question on the floor. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I think there are other areas we need to begin to look at. We agree that the adaptation issue is community-based, yet we pursue it internationally from country perspectives. So I think we need to figure out how to work with communities better rather than to lock out communities in favor of national governments. The second point is that it is where the pain point is that the investment flows. We've not done a very good work as a globe connecting the adaptation challenges to corporates. Because if the communities are destroyed, then the corporates begin to lose income. So how do we model the risks in such a way that we can make direct connection with corporates? That way corporates can know today that they will lose business and they will lose leverage, right, if they do not participate. Otherwise, they view all of these things as grants, as aid, and all that, instead of real risk. The third point is the citizen. Today, governments basically get between 15 and 25% of incomes in terms of taxes from citizens. Now, it is what they do, the citizens do with the balance 75%, the way they save it, the way they invest it, and the vehicles which we make available for them, that then begin to see the huge amount of investment flow that is possible even internally. And I think we need to be more creative in pursuing that model as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those contributions. Something that has also come up in terms of the localization agenda. And it really reminds me of Lao Tzu's quote that says, go to the people, love them, live with them, learn from them, start with what they have, start with what they know, and whatever initiatives that you have, you implement. When you leave, they will say, we did this together. So there is collective ownership on it. Thank you so much for those contributions. I don't know if there's a panelist who wants to comment on the 2-3 other points that were mentioned, which were really reflection points on what we need to do. Adenike?
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that climate change, it's a pandemic. Okay, climate change is more than a pandemic. And now that we have the opportunity to tackle it, it should be tackled, because it's going to get to the point where it becomes irreversible for us to make any changes. And that is where the problem lies, or the danger lies. And I also believe that climate finance is a vaccine at which we could use to tackle the crisis now, before it becomes so big. Because just a very big example is that of the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw how nations rise up to bring finance to be available for the vaccine to cure this crisis. So why is climate change different from this, when we know it's a pandemic that has no vaccines once it becomes irreversible? So we all have to work together for the same cause, to know that climate injustice anywhere is climate injustice everywhere, and that no one country is safe except every country is safe. And I usually mention that if Africa is not safe, Europe is not safe. So hence, nowhere is safe until everywhere is safe. Thank you.
Absolutely, well put. Everybody needs to be safe. One more contribution from the floor. I know we've run out of time. After that contribution or question, we'll have a quick round of closing remarks from each of the panelists before I invite Martin.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate our policymakers that are here from Lagos. They've been very wonderful, and they've shown a great political will. But I just want to remind them that they've done something that a whole lot of states have not done. They've stuck to the Abuja Declaration in terms of looking for funding for climate change and then the health budget. They've increased the health budget from around 9% to almost 12% as we speak, and they are still going on to also work around getting it to 15% as said by the Abuja Declaration. So these are ways in which they are also looking at financing climate impacts on health, right, even from their own budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And this is the South-to-South learning that we'd love to see, particularly in the Africa Health International Conference agenda that's coming up on March 8th from 6th to 8th. Please check out ahike.org to just learn more and continue this conversation. I'm going to start with Dr. Neira, about 20 seconds, 30 seconds as a closing before inviting Martin, who can come and stand here in the meantime.
Even less, I will just remind us the title, Climate Resilient and Just Health System in Africa. We need to move on that.
I'll just add that working together and building political will is critical to this process.
Yeah, I feel like climate smart health system is possible if we could all work together for the same goal.
So I just want the world to recognize that we're like the frog in the pot of water that is slowly heating up. I think the world is starting to heat up. And if we don't do anything about it, just like that frog, eventually the frog is going to die. It's not going to jump out of the water because the water is gradually heating up. And I think we're not realizing that climate change is upon us. You know, and I'm so delighted to have such young people like this who are so climate conscious and so climate aggressive. If not for them, I don't think we stand a chance. Thank you very much. And I just want to thank the WHO for ATTACH and all the initiatives that you've made. We're going to follow it word by word, and next time we come to COP28, we'll have more to tell you about it.
Thank you, thank you. I think our panelists deserve a round of applause. And for you too, our discussants for today, I'm going to invite Martin Moshangi, who's our Director on Climate Health Issues at Amref Health Africa, for just some closing remarks. Over to you, Martin.
So, thank you so much, Reese. Mine is actually to just simply say thank you so much. Crosser, okay. Mine is to say thank you so much to our distinguished panelists. I hear very clear call. I hear very clear ones. Collaboration. It's all about behavior change and being aware about the things which we need to do moving forward for us to achieve the goals that we are setting. It's very clear about financing. And we are saying that we cannot do this alone. So we need all of us to act together in synchrony. So this is not just an event. We are looking at it as a journey, and a journey which is going to build a momentum that is going to help the health community to be right at the center of the climate change conversation. So we have a series of meetings, dialogues that we are organizing, including the African Dialogue, which is going to take place on the 15th of December. We are going to invite you, we're inviting you for a hike and many others. So let's do that, and I really wish you a very nice evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming in. We really do appreciate it. And let's keep the conversation going. You're very welcome for our Africa Dialogues, and we'll be sharing details on that, as well as our Africa Health International Conference agenda. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the sessions that you're going to attend. Thank you.
I would like to welcome you very warmly on behalf. No, you can't hear me? No? Still more? Apparently it still doesn't work. Okay. I hear myself very loudly, I have to say. No? Nothing? Okay, can our technical crew please help us to put up the volume a little bit? Now we're there. Okay, very good. So, very warm welcome on behalf of the organizers to this session, Power of Movement, Clean Transport for Healthy Cities and Communities. Now, I'm Martina Otto. I'm heading the Climate and Clean Air Coalition Secretariat, which is housed in the UN Environment Program. And it is a partnership that deals with the nexus of climate and clean air, the deadly duo of climate and clean air. And why are we focusing on this? Because those pollutants do share for many the same sources and the same solutions. And I'm very, very glad to see that health is so prominent on the agenda at this COP. I think it really is deserved to get more attention because obviously outdoor air pollution is a killer. Several sources are responsible for that, and transport is one of them. And that not least due to black carbon as a composite of PM 2.5, and that's largely due to the incomplete combustion of and diesel engines. But there's also the issue of NOx linked to methane. They form tropospheric ozone, and that has direct health impacts, but also impacts further down the line with regard to warming, and even all the way to crop productivity, impacting health through reduced food security in the end. Now, the short-lived climate action is the fastest track to near-term reduction of warming. It's the one way to help us keep 1.5 alive. And that's why I think it's so good to look at this nexus of climate and clean air in this session today. Under the CCAC, we had teamed up already with the WHO and later with the UN Environment Program and the World Bank in an initiative that we call Breathe Life. And that is a campaign to raise awareness, and not only a campaign to raise awareness, but also to propose some key measures to take action in key sectors. And we mobilized quite a few partners around that, from cities to companies, all the way to individuals. We all kind of play a role in this. And obviously clean public transport is part of that, non-motorized transport is part of that, but also the importance of urban planning, shorter distances to avoid transport in the first place, but also nature-based solutions to have transport and ecosystem corridors, making the non-motorized transport opportunities more fun to take. And that all requires planning, finance, vertical alignment between the policies of the national and the local government, enabling the local governments to take the actions to help implement at scale, and obviously finance public-private partnerships as well. And that's why I really, really love this title, well picked, the organizers, the power of movement, and obviously about moving in a much cleaner way, but also moving together, building together a movement for cleaner transport. And with that, I would like to introduce our first speaker. Now I'm technically challenged because I have two devices and the other one has... Okay, here we go. So I want to introduce our first speaker. That's Dr. Maria Neira. And she is the Director, Public Health, Environment and Social Determinants of the Health Department at the World Health Organization. Maria, we have been in this together for quite some time, so very happy to see you here. And I let you introduce the topic further.
Thank you so much, and a pleasure to be with all of you. I see a lot of familiar faces, always very committed and engaged people. You know that urban environments are probably one of those where we can have results very quickly compared with other areas. That's why I always challenge the mayors, telling them that they can be the most successful or the less successful ministers of health at the local level. Today we know that 70% of the emissions, the carbon emissions, are coming from the cities. But we know as well that if you take the right measures, the right interventions, if you convince your citizens, you can have incredibly quick and very positive results. And one of the best ways to convince your citizens is to give them the health argument. I think if your citizens realize that the air they are breathing is very polluted, they will feel it. They will feel it on their daily life. They will feel it on the health of the people around them and themselves. They will see more cases of asthma. They will realize the very clear connection between air pollution and their lungs. By the way, for those connected, I hope you are admiring this sculpture representing our lungs. The idea is to make sure that everybody understands the very close connection between our health, climate change, and pollution. I will recommend any mayor around the world to have in their desk not such a sculpture, I will not pretend that, but at least a picture of the lungs, because whatever they do, whatever policy they will develop or intervention they will put in place, they need to keep in their mind that that intervention will have a positive or a negative on the health of the people, on the lungs of the people. So I think that will be a first recommendation. The second one, I would love to have a copy of the standards on air quality on top of the desk of any single mayor around the world, not just for the pleasure of having the recommendations of WHO on air quality, but to make sure that they will check it every day, they will monitor the quality of the air in their city every day, and then they compare, and then they go to the lungs and say, I'm not doing good. So I think we can achieve all of that. Moving, commuting, this is one of the main responsibilities as well on a city. You need to ensure sustainable transport for all of your citizens, the transport that will respond to their needs, that will be affordable, and that will be the one that will convince all of us finally not to use our cars. WHO has developed a methodology to look at cities and climate change and health. So we have developed some methodology and some profiles. We have it now for 6 cities. Tara Neville, who is probably somewhere listening, she will be very happy to give you more details. But if you look at WHO, this has been launched. The way that mayors can look at how to assess climate change in their cities, but as well which type of interventions will have very good results. Thanks for giving me the floor, and I will be happy to participate here.
Fantastic. Thank you. No, I think we have. Thank you so much, Maria. Fantastic. And obviously, key recommended reading the WHO urban profiles. With that, I would like to invite our distinguished panel to come. And we have Sir Andy Haynes with joining us virtually. We have Dr. Tallulah Oni, the director of the Global Diet and Activity Research Group at the University of Cambridge and the founder, principal of Urban Better. We have the mayor of Utrecht, Sharon Dijksma. Very happy to have you. We have Elisabetta Tromelini, the dirigente of sustainable corporate social responsibility, Sostenibilità. And the FNM group and chair actually of the UITP Sustainable Development Committee. And we have Adriana Mbandi, Deputy Waste Lead at the UN High-Level Climate Champions team and also the Regional Atmospheric Pollution Expert at the UNEP Regional Office for Africa. So inviting my colleague as well. And all of you to come up to the stage. Thank you. And we will get started. Do you have a women's morning panel? No. And look at this. This should have been the panel of yesterday, right? Gender Day. Pretty amazing. And let us get started with a quick fire round of presentations. Really 3 minutes, quick fire to get us started. And we'll start with Sir Andy Haynes, who is joining us virtually, and he's Professor of Environmental Change and Public Health at the London School for Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. It's a little hard to follow, I think, right? The acoustics are not great, but please go ahead. Sir, we can't hear you yet. You're not unmuted. He is actually, that's to the technical team. He's showing that he can't unmute himself. I think that's how I understand him. I think I got it right. So the technical team, if you can please unmute the microphone for our first speaker. If it doesn't work, we just continue first with the panel. Apologies, we'll try and sort that out and we come to our panel. Maybe then Dr. Tulula Oni. Urban health with a focus on African cities. Tell us a little more.
Okay, so I would like to frame the transport as public space. When we talk about transport infrastructure, I think it's really important when we're thinking about health to frame it as public space. We talk about roads, we talk about streets, these are public space. So how do we actually harness this public space infrastructure for public health? I want to read out some numbers to you. On average in Africa, up to 1 billion people spend 56 minutes walking or cycling for transport every day. This is actually what we want. So that's a plus. 3% of the world's registered vehicles are on the African continent, but we host 20% of the global road traffic deaths. And Africa is the least safe space to walk or cycle. So on one hand, we have huge amounts of walking and cycling, and for health, we want to protect that. On the other hand, people are doing this at great cost to their health. So how do we think about the power of movement to protect health for a healthy public? Because what we have at the same time is that 8 of the top 20 countries with the fastest rising obesity levels are on the African continent. So we really need to, on one hand, we're walking a lot and cycling a lot. On the other hand, with the epidemiological transition, we're seeing a rise in obesity. We're also seeing the fastest urbanizing region and the youngest continent. So there are huge opportunities there to think about transport infrastructure as public space and as public health infrastructure. So the second point I would make is that, so on that first point, I will ask, what if we could harness the power of movement to create health and tackle climate change? And really critical to that is making access to health enabling climate resilient public space the central guiding principle for all urban infrastructure projects. Huge opportunity in a rapidly growing setting. The second part of this, so the first is a healthy public, and the second is a public space. And you alluded to that, Martina, when you talked about the power in movement, right? And the importance of really creating a movement for transport infrastructure as public space. We're the youngest continent. How can we actually create and leverage that power? We see huge amounts of climate advocacy. There was a research done by the Stockholm Environment Institute that looked at health advocacy and climate advocacy in several countries in Africa and Asia, and they found that these advocacy groups are largely separate still siloed. If we can leverage the power of these movements to actually work together, and really critical to that is two things. Data integration. We need to integrate data from health and data from the public space to understand the ways that these environments are influencing and the ways that we move are influencing our health. And the second is seeing activism as civic participation. How can we leverage the young population that is already engaged and equipping them with the tools to be part of data measuring this environment, and really critically to be part of inclusive decision making to shape the transport infrastructure and to claim this infrastructure as public health infrastructure. So those are my initial thoughts.
Thank you very much. That was a very strong start in pointing to, at the Africa COP, to some very specific issues on this continent. And maybe we have worked out, I think I see the microphone is unblocked, so let us turn back to a new attempt for Sir Henry Haynes.
Okay, thanks very much. Can you hear me, first of all?
Yes, we can.
Great, great. I'm just going to show a couple of visuals very briefly to reinforce some of the points that have already been made. So transport, of course, is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, road transport, of course, particularly, and in that, of course, the private car is a substantial contributor. And many of our cities are dominated by the private car, despite that being unnecessary and sometimes counterproductive for mobility. And the health benefits, of course, as we've already heard, accrue partly from reduced air pollution, so reduced fine particles, including the black carbon that Alexandra, you mentioned already, a very powerful short-lived climate pollutant. NO2, which we know is an important pollutant because it increases the risk of asthma. And we've done some estimations suggesting between 3 and 4 million new cases of asthma a year related to NO2. And about 44% of those NO2 emissions come from transport, largely road transport. So that's an important determinant of human health. But it isn't just a cleaner air. The other benefit, of course, and I think Tallulah referred to this, is from increased mobility itself. And we know that physical activity is responsible for probably about 5 million premature deaths a year, something of that order. And the best way of getting people to walk or to be physically active is to get them to walk and cycle as part of their daily life, whether they're going to school, going to work, going to the shops, or whatever. So safe mobility is a really important way of improving people's health. And that can be synergistic with air pollution benefits. And on the slide, it just shows you very briefly the results of one study that we did in England and Wales, where we looked at the potential of scaling up walking and cycling to the levels seen in the city of Copenhagen, so a very active city. And we looked at the benefits to our National Health Service. And the lines on the graph show you the potential expenditure for our National Health Service that could be averted by supporting the population of urban England and Wales to walk and cycle like the population of Copenhagen. And what you can see is benefits from reduced diabetes, dementia, heart disease, stroke, and in the longer term, probably some types of cancer as well as potential mental health benefits also shown on the slide. And you can see that the benefits accrue over 20 years. In fact, they increase over 20 years because some of these longer term benefits start to kick in. So big benefits, there are some potential risks, increasing road injuries, but you can offset those just by well-designed cycle schemes, for example, keeping pedestrians and cyclists separate from road vehicles. So it's perfectly possible to achieve win-win benefits. And then finally, some of the issues that Tallulah referred to, that is capitalizing on public space and green space. And this slide just shows you the difference between Atlanta, which is a very sprawling city, and Barcelona. And you can see that Atlanta has an urban area of getting on for 8,000 square kilometers, and the transport carbon emissions are 6.9 tons per capita. Compare that with Barcelona. The urban area is less than 700 square kilometers, similar population. Transport carbon emissions just over 1 ton. So big benefits in terms of reduced emissions, and the bottom part of the slide confirms that that's not just two cities, that's a general relationship. So there's a lot we can do to create more compact cities, particularly in Africa, where those cities are still being built. And where we have cities already pre-existing, as in the case of Barcelona, our colleagues have been advocating for a new approach, which they're calling super blocks, which is amalgamating city blocks, preventing drivers from driving through on private cars, and fostering more walking and cycling and more green space. A win-win solution, reducing deaths from air pollution and from physical inactivity. So there's a lot that we can do with existing cities. And finally, I would say that although there's a lot of emphasis on electric vehicles, and of course I'm not against electric vehicles, they have many benefits, But if we just try to convert the whole world's private car fleet into electric vehicles, we won't capitalize on the potential benefits of increased physical activity. And of course, even electric vehicles cause accidents, and even electric vehicles cause emissions, depending on how you generate the electricity. And they don't prevent the emissions from brakes and from tyre wear, which are responsible at the moment for about half of the particulate emissions from road transport in high-income countries. So they are sometimes useful, but they're certainly not any kind of substitute for a comprehensive transport policy which emphasises the benefits of accessible public transport, walking and cycling. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having set us up so well on this. You touched upon a whole variety of good points. There's one that I find extremely striking. You do something good for your own health and by walking and cycling more, and thereby you do something good for the planet and for the collectivity. How good is that for a story? I wanted to hold that. Another one obviously was there is no quick fix, and if we think of quick fixes, there may be some further issues down the line, so that's what I hold from your e-mobility example, and the last was really related to the urban planning as well, and that takes me right to the what can we do at the city level. And I look at the mayor of Utrecht, and Utrecht is a compact city. There's a lot of people already cycling. That's due to the planning, but also all the actions that you've done. And tell us more what your experience is and what cities can do more widely.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that on a strategic level, I'm very happy that WHO is moving in the climate discussion, because I really feel that if you look at our citizens, what has been stated here earlier is very true, that if you put health much higher on the agenda, the climate policy would follow along. So this is something important, I think, for all the decision makers and politicians to understand that winning hearts and minds of citizens actually goes through their own interests. And sometimes it's not only interest for future generations, but also your interest now. If you are aware that in cities where, for instance, children are living near those areas where a lot of cars are coming along, that they actually have a much more risks in their health, asthma, etc. They die earlier actually, so it has an immediate effect on your health. So what has Utrecht been doing actually for already a long time, because this is not something which started yesterday, obviously. We, as the most biker-friendly city worldwide, have a whole infrastructure based on actually giving pedestrians and people on the bike a first row. So we want to make their travel as much as attractive as possible. Also, when you use a bike in Utrecht, for instance, I live in the medieval city center. If I need to replace myself by car towards the town hall, I take maybe 20-25 minutes. If I do this on my bike, within 10 minutes I'm in my office. Now that's attractive, right? And if there is a traffic jam, I even maybe take much more time. So you should offer the better option. That's one thing. And the second thing is that, yes, public space needs to be taken back. A car which is standing still takes a lot of place. Public transport already less, and bikers and pedestrians even less. So if you give this space towards, for instance, those places where children could play, if you remove parking places and build back with nature, so to say, then you really make, I think, a lot of effort. And one big, and then I end, project that we did in Utrecht. In the medieval and old times, we had this canal, which was round in the city. And after the Second World War, it was partly replaced by a four-way highway through the heart of the city. And after a referendum, the citizens of Utrecht decided they want their canal back. So now, since 2 years, the canal is round again. It is a spot where you could walk along, go jogging along. You could sup on the water or use any other form of recreation. You actually could swim in it if you want to. And so in the heart of the city, we built back with nature something which is a green lung. And everybody's happy. So it can be done, but you need an integrated approach. You need the support of your citizens, and you need an intelligence program in order to move along. And that is what we do.
Fantastic, thank you. That were a couple of very concrete things that you brought to us. I just had a sort of a déjà vu. I was in a strategy discussion with a big automotive manufacturing company at one point when I was heading transport work at UNEP, and they asked me, what is luxury in transport tomorrow? And my answer was that I can walk from home to work. That was not quite what they wanted to hear. But I think we need to get there. So thank you so much. And now let me turn to someone whose day-to-day business it is to look at public transport. The Union Internationale des Transports Publics. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing from you what you're doing.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. And for the, we can show the two slides. Okay, here. For this occasion of this WHO event at COP27, UITP, that is the Union Internationale des Transports Publics, that which brings together almost 2,000 operators and companies and stakeholders in the world in public transport mode and activities. Like I said, UITP has launched a report that you can see in the slide, which outlines 4 main priorities, actions that the local, regional and national decision makers can take to bring about health, development and human benefits through the public transport. Of course, well-designed public transport policies and investment will significantly reduce carbon emission and consequently health risk. Due to the predicted rapid rise in private motorization, urban air pollution will be the top cause of environmental mortality by 2050. More cars in our cities will also mean more traffic fatalities. Of course, also CO2 emissions will also increase by 60% in 2050. There is an urgent need to reverse this trend, but we, with more public transportation, public transport, we can improve our health, but not only our health, physical activity, air quality, social cohesion, employment, and much more. And makes a major contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals of the Agenda 2030, as well as the Paris Agreement. The 4 priorities, if you can switch to the other, thank you very much. You can see in the slide the four major priorities to take, which are, the first one is urban planning, in order to design cities around public transportation and active mobility. And there is example of Curitiba in Brazil that improves accessibility. Second are the low emission zones. To improve European cities' air quality, like is happening in Berlin, in Brussels, and also in Milan. Third, apply the urban vehicle access restrictions that happens in London, and it works very, very well. And the last one, the fourth, is cleaner public transport to embrace the transition to low-emission public transport, like in Shenzhen, where the entire bus fleet, 16,700 buses, they were converted in electric. And this is one of the best example in the world. To close, make a conclusion, is at the end, the report highlights that investing in more public transport doesn't need to cost more. The net economic benefits overweighting the cost of the development. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, fantastic. And with that, we come to our last panelist for an introduction. What role can emerging technologies play in the assessment of air quality to ensure that we have sustainable transport policy and clean air? And there's a thing that goes, well, what you can't measure, you can't fix, and we need to know how big the problem it is. So here we go.
Good afternoon. So I would like to do this while standing because I can see better the slides. And also I teach, so if I'm talking to people and I'm sitting down, I don't feel like I'm quite connecting. So I'm hoping that I'm getting some excitement into the room. I feel like the other room has been taking over our space in terms of excitement. So let's hear some clapping and excitement. Very good. So I'm doing this presentation on behalf of my colleague Sean Khan. My name is Andrea Nambandi, and I'm talking about the Global Environment Monitoring System for Air, which is hosted at UNEP Science Division. Now, we have already had the link between air quality, transport, health, mobility. So my work is nearly done because the panelists have introduced that very well. But what I want to tell you is that even as you're sitting here, you're most likely coming from a region that is not monitored in terms of understanding what are the pollution levels that you're exposed to. Yet, 90% of us live in polluted areas, but it's not all bad news, because if that's the case, what can we do to ensure that we make the most gains in terms of clean air? And transport is one of the answers. Transport contributes about a quarter of greenhouse gases in terms of looking at the sources of greenhouse gases. And a third of that is from transport as well because of black carbon and particulate matter, those small fine particles that you breathe in and they go into your lungs. But it's also a critical sector for clean air. Now, let's move on to the next slide. So we have said the air is very poorly monitored, and we know that the air is bad. But UNEP is working with partners to ensure that we have clean air and focusing on the transport sector. We are doing so by raising awareness and enhancing collaboration with partners. Now, what you have in front of you is one of the streets in Nairobi. One of the streets in Nairobi is working with the partners that you see there at the bottom. We ensure that we had placemaking, which means for a few months, we got to take back the streets for walking and cycling. And what that meant is that traffic was redirected from having two ways to one way. And within that time, we saw tremendous change just during that short time. So I guess your question to all of you is, given this was just a couple of months, what can we do given that we're looking at the year 2025 and 2030? So next slide, please. We are also working with athletics associations, education sectors, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Sports, as well as the Ministry of Environment. So what we are doing is also increasing awareness to groups that would never know about the level of air pollution. Now that is a street sign that is coming from the 2021 International Day of Clean Air, where we had a campaign in one of the biggest streets in Kenya, one of the busiest, where we had a real life board showing what are the levels of air pollution. So as you're driving in your car, you're understanding that you're also part of the problem instead of part of the solution. Next slide, please. So during that time, we were talking about placemaking. I want to show you that graph. And what I want you to understand is that within those 3 months, we moved from June to July, where you have the peak morning traffic during the morning and the evening, where you have a lot of pollution, high pollution levels, to when they effected a truck ban, which means the trucks were diverted from the city. And that means we immediately saw pollution levels dropping just within those short months. Next slide, please. So how does it all come together? It comes together with working with partners that are in this room and beyond. I am calling on you to look at this website, which is the UNEP website, working with IQ Air and many other partners, that puts all that data together, because data should not be kept in our drawers, in our reports. It should really be used every day to ensure that we have clean air and clean transport, which goes hand in hand. Thank you very much.
Fantastic fire starters. So here we go. Thank you very much. And well, let me turn back. So thank you to fantastic entry into this. And let me go back to Sir Andy Haynes, maybe, with a follow-on question, because and you already gave us a bit of an example, right, by looking at, he's pointing again to the microphone. So if the technical team could unblock, thank you very much. And you already hinted at a few actions that can be taken, but maybe, based on what you heard from the colleagues as well, what actions can cities implement in the transport sector and across sectors to tackle climate change and improve health at the same time?
Well, there are a number of practical actions that can be taken. There are various schemes like congestion charging, for example, which prevent private or reduce the incentives for private cars to enter cities during working hours, and that has potentially quite a big impact on air pollution levels and on safety for cyclists and pedestrians. There are designated cycleways, which of course are becoming increasingly popular in a number of cities, which again can help to separate cyclists from motorized vehicles and therefore reduce injury rates and also make it more attractive to cycle. There are also various tax breaks which can be put in place. So for example, in the UK we have cycle to work schemes where you can get tax breaks for buying a bicycle through your employer. And of course we know that in terms of getting older people or more sedentary people to cycle, e-bikes are really helpful because they can be used by people even at fairly low levels of physical fitness. And so it's a great way of introducing people or getting people back on bikes who may not have ridden them for many, many years. And in terms of pedestrianisation, it's important to remember that public transport also benefits human health, not just by getting cars off the road, but also because if you go by train or by bus, you have to walk to the bus stop or the station. And in many countries, you can get about 20 minutes on average physical activity a day just by walking to the train or to the bus. And that's almost, that's most of what you need to get a reasonable health benefit, because we know that the biggest health benefit occurs, for that first 30 minutes of physical activity every day, hopefully. So big benefits from public transport, and having cheaper public transport is really important. We saw that in Germany, for example, recently, where train tickets were much cheaper, and increasingly we need to make public transport the affordable and easy option for people rather than using their private car. So there's a great deal that can be done to incentivize both active travel and public transport, and there are a growing number of examples around the world where these are being implemented. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. Well, let me turn back to Dr. Tululaoni then. And you pointed out this dichotomy that on the one side, a lot of people are walking, but it's not safe. We want to make sure that they can continue to do that, but in a much better way. And maybe going back, where do you see some opportunities? How to get that done? How can we turn some of this into a reality?
Thank you. 3 things, right? So I think we need to look at the ways that we finance urban infrastructure projects, look at the policy space, and look at the public, all right? So firstly, in terms of financing, I mentioned Africa is the fastest growing, fastest urbanizing region globally. So we're actually, and Andy alluded to it, we're actually creating those cities now. But what are we actually doing? If you look at the ways that that we're financing urban infrastructure projects, there's this complete lack of coherence between the aspiration to leverage transport for health and climate action and what we're actually financing. So some of the work that we've been doing, for example, is saying, can we work with, say, the multilateral development banks, right, who provide the financing for these large transport infrastructure projects, and can we condition the financing to say, well, to what extent you've got this great project, you're building the roads, etc. To what extent have you catered for walking and cycling infrastructure? To what extent have you thought about tackling air pollution as part of it? Because we have to shift from being okay with, okay, I'm not causing so much disease, to are you using your position to actually generate health? Because this is where health is generated. So financing really critical. Second is policy and public space. So at a regional level, for example, the African Union has the Agenda 2063 for the Africa we want by 2063. That is not going to happen. That's in 40 years. That's not going to happen if we don't align policies today for that 2063. We'll otherwise wake up in 2060 and think, oh my goodness, we've got 3 years left to go. What are we going to do? In 2019, 19 of the 54 countries in Africa had a walking and cycling policy, right? As much as we can't action what we don't measure, we also can't legislate and guide what we don't actually have a policy for. So there's a huge amount of opportunity in that policy space. And then the last thing in terms of the public, as I mentioned at the beginning, the youngest continent, right? We have a mobilized majority demographic that actually want to be part of the solution. If I've given an example of some of the work that the GDAO network did, we worked with high school students to say, on your journey from home to school, tell us about aspects of your environment that you encounter that influence your ability to be physically active. Tell us about the environments and that could be, oh, we would go there, but actually it's unsafe, or we choose to do that. And then working with them to say, how would you address this? How would you shape and create the space in ways that actually support safer walking? So we need to leverage that participatory measurement, and we need to ensure that in our decision making, we're involving and really that the majority demographic are playing a really critical role. So the potential and the power of citizen science to rethink what we mean by science is not just sitting in a university somewhere, but actually the public are the scientists that help us sense the city, help us hold us accountable to say, well, these infrastructure that we're putting forward, are they actually, is it actually supportive of walking and cycling? Is it improving our air quality? So I think those three actors and those 3 sectors, if we can align those for health and for climate action, the sky's the limit.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. Fantastic. And I mean, you emphasized how important it is to have the citizens on board, and that's something that came through as well in your Mayor Dijksma presentation at the outset. So maybe a bit more on that, but maybe as well how you're using your planning and your mobility strategy in improving people's health. Just back to you.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, I think that when you want to have the people on board, the climate agenda should also be a social agenda. So for a long time we didn't incorporate fairness as part of the deal. And I think that whether it's in Africa or in my hometown, the people who are the most vulnerable should benefit as first and the most from the transition. And that means that the public authorities need to step in and finance for those who are not able to pay for solar cells on their rooftops themselves. They need to organize this for the people, and they should see that, for instance, when you do this, and we do this now in my town at the most vulnerable places, there we have the transition of being zero net. And it means that we bring off houses of corporations from the gas to a more sustainable energy approach. And it means that actually people's houses get isolated. They do not cook on gas anymore, so we provide them with induction, which is the modest way of cooking. Even give them a set of pans also, because you need other devices for this. You see that their energy costs are getting lower and lower. And this is in a time where, at least in Europe, many people are afraid of this winter, of what it will do actually with the current war in Ukraine and the lack of Russian gas and the high prices. It won't be for one winter. This will stay. I mean, if you look at the transition markets, you can already predict that the cost will stay high for several winters now. So we need to use all this momentum to really make the change and to accelerate. And this is what we do. And but we cannot do it alone. So what I hope to do also here on COP is to get the awareness that national governments and the international family of the United Nations should incorporate cities much more, not only as an implementer, but also as a policy maker. So it means that we should be at the negotiation table actually to talk things through and to demand also what we need in order to really make the change. Because in Africa, the cities do not have the funding, do not have the expertise. So how can you ask from them to have all this knowledge which is already available in their policy if you do not help them out? And it's not only in the south, in the global south, where this is necessary, but also within Europe and in the American continent as well.
Thanks very much. I think it's we cannot emphasize enough the role of cities being so much at the forefront. Thank you for bringing that back. It's about the capacity, it's about the finance, and it's about the seat at the table. Very well taken. Let me turn back to UITP, and you had your 4 measures. Maybe what practical measures are you taking to reduce the different types of pollutions in your services, in your operations?
Thank you. Now we take a look from a side of operator, from an Italian operator, which I'm working for, and is FNM, Ferrovie Nord Milano, that is based in Lombardy region, and is the leading integrated sustainable mobility group in the Lombardy region, but is also the first organization in Italy that combine railway management with road transport and motorway management. So is intermodality transport operator. The company is it offers innovative modeling for managing mobility supply and demand, optimize flows of traffic and passengers, and that is environmentally and economically sustainable. FNM has embarked in a great path of commitment to sustainability issues, which will reduce carbon emissions and health risk. First of all, has been possible through a huge investment on new trains with lower environmental impact in terms of noise, of pollutants, and made also of by 95% of recyclable material. Also an investment on new buses in order to replace the more pollutant ones, and that include hydrogen train fleet of fuel cell hydrogen trains and buses, hydrogen buses, and that is a part of a project, a big project is called H2 ISEO project with the aims of decarbonize public transport services and encourage the transition into a more sustainable transport system for a better quality of life, of course. In more detail, this project is called Hydrogen Valley because it's based in a Val Camonica Valley, a UNESCO World Heritage along the non-electrified Brescia Iseo-Edolo, that is the oriental part of Italy railway line, and is a kind of getaway from Milano Cortina in 2026 when there will be the World Olympic Games. Commercial starting service will start of hydrogen and buses train will start in 2024, and which include also the construction of hydrogen production plants. Moreover, this path to decarbonization for a better quality of life goes also through an integrated multimodal and last mile mobility, because we are not only talking about train or buses, but also car sharing, electrical sharing, bicycling, and so on, which altogether the objective is to penalize, of course, the use of the cars. Encouraging the use of public transport, improve healthier cities, and including also life and social inclusion. So it's a kind of interconnected measures like also you did in other cities. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. Well, I'm turning back to Adriana. I don't know. I mean, there have been quite a few things that came up already with regard to the integration into infrastructure projects. Maybe that's something, UNEP has done quite a bit in that space as well, also on the non-motorized transport side, but you did talk quite a bit about the measurements as well. So maybe there's something on the technologies as well that you want to emphasize. I leave it to you. At which point you'd like to pick up at the point, because there has been rich experience in this area.
Thank you very much. So I think I want to first off start by saying, talking about who could be missing from the room. Is there music playing towards my talking? I quite like it. All right, so for example, we want to talk about who is missing from the room. I've looked to the left here, to the center, and a little bit to the right, and I see some familiar faces. What that tells me is that we are still speaking to an echo chamber, because it's always good to see familiar faces. But why are there no new faces? So there are no new faces because we talk with the people who already agree that clean transport is important. So when I look at this room, I want to have more of the civil society, youth, sports, athletics. It's a wider audience. It is a bigger group that if they're practicing sustainable, clean mobility, then it is important to have them in the room. I talk about local authorities. We've talked about local authorities. City, local authorities, municipalities. Yes, they're overwhelmed because their docket is quite wide, but we can support them to ensure that regulations come into place, but also that they implement those policies that ensure clean transportation. Private sector. How many people for the private sector here? One. Private sector? No private sector in the room. One private sector in the room. Okay, she is quite a big representative of the private sector, but more of you in the room, because having you in the room makes sure that we are working with you as a very important actor. And then, and this one is my pet peeve, health, environment, and climate people. We don't like to meet in the same room. I think it's only Dr. Oni and I who keep meeting in the same space. What does that mean? The environment pollution, air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, people don't meet together with the climate people, don't meet together with the health people. And then good luck trying to get to the two ministries, Ministry of Health and Ministry of Environment together. Anyone who has ever tried that knows how difficult it is. But we are changing that going forward. Last but not least, don't we like the finance people? We like the finance people. Are they in the room? I know you don't want us to come after this session and say, give us some money to ensure that we have clean transport. But if you're not in the room and you know finance people, please ensure going forward they're in this room. So I did not talk about technologies. I talked about the different actors. But in those different actors, we get those critical technologies that we need to have clean transportation. Thank you very much.
Great, vibrant statement for crowding in additional partners, and I agree. I've also been in that space trying to get the ministries together. Not easy, and since we're talking about transport, it's also the transport ministers that have to come to this table. So there's quite an array. Okay, but with that, maybe let's open the floor for questions in the room. I'm sure you've heard quite a bit of interesting things. There must be questions. Okay, there's a hand up. Thank you. And in the back, I've noted you as well. And if you could please stand up so that we can see you, and please introduce yourself as well.
All right, thank you. I really enjoyed all
Could
of
you
it.
introduce yourself, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry. My name's Sam. I'm a student at the University of Connecticut. I was curious about you, Adriana. You mentioned that wonderful project in, it's in my notes and now I'm forgetting, where turn one way.
We can't hear you. It's really hard. Do you want to come here?
So you mentioned that's much better. How you shut down a road and made it one way instead of two way to increase walking. And I was wondering, what sort of roadblocks did you hit with that? No pun intended. Because we've done something similar at my school and it hasn't been as effective as I think. So I'm just curious. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And while we're sorting out the next question in the back of the room.
Yes.
Yeah. But while we're okay.
Okay, I'm from Togo. We wrote a project to deal with emissions, but we don't have money to finance this project. How can we do?
Okay. Let us take those two further questions and then we do a final round of responses.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Collins Gabali Hoduli. Dr. Andrea, nice to finally meet you. On clean transport, we need to have the right infrastructure in place to be able to do that. So are we really there yet when it comes to Africa? And what are we considering? For instance, energy generation and use. What's going to be the source of the energy generation? Then the other part is in terms of capacity. Do we have the capacity to implement the policies targeted at, clean transport towards air pollution mitigation, for instance? Or should we approach these concurrently? Thank you very much.
Okay. And the last question, sorry, I then have to bring it to a close because we want
Okay.
to have the answers too.
Thank you. My name is Deo Okure from Uganda. I work in air quality. My institution is Makerere University, AirCo, for air quality. I'll start with a confession. I was a victim of congestion charge 2 weeks ago in London. So, guilty. Yeah, so my question really is, I think we forget the most important intervention is that the greenest form of mobility is actually not to move. Okay? So my question, I think, is that handy? Is what would need to happen for us to, because I believe urban planning can actually take care of a significant portion of the air quality, of the air pollution in our areas. So what would need to happen for us to push for self-sustaining neighborhood so that we actually eliminate the need for people to actually move in the first place? Because there's still a strong obsession with we need to move from A to B, connect to cities and E to cities. Thank you.
We got the point. Thanks very much. Let us turn to Sir Andrew Haynes, if you're still with us on the screen. The question was directed, the last question was directed to you, so let's get started.
Yeah, well, thanks to the colleague from Makerere. Good to see you there. Yeah, so this is a really important question. And I think one of the clues to that, of course, is local participation. Local democracy is, of course, so important, and crafting local solutions. I know in the neighbourhood where I live, there was the local government, the local council actually convened a citizens' assembly, which came up with some proposals about what the local government could do. Now, they haven't all been implemented, but they came up with some quite radical proposals, I think more radical than many of us would have thought possible. They did talk about, you know, reducing the ability of people to drive their cars, for example, and increasing the opportunities for people to walk and cycle. But you raised a very specific point about actually reducing the need to travel. And I think that's a very valid one. So one response to that is, why don't we have a 15-minute neighborhood so that all the essential services are within 15 minutes of where people live? That means decentralizing the healthcare system, so we have primary healthcare facilities close to where people live, including in informal settlements, of course, and also schools, shops, and a whole range of other facilities. So we need to think about a multicentric, multipolar city with the essential services being close to where people live, rather than forcing them to commute or to travel longer distances. But I wouldn't want people to be totally immobile, because actually it's a very good idea to have some mobility. We all need at least 30 minutes of physical activity a day. So let's not be totally immobile, but let's have a multipolar city where we can access all essential services within 15, 20 minutes or so. And that requires, of course, more local democracy, active local governments, and so on.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Now I turn to my panel here. Who would like to give it a go?
Giving closing remarks at the same time. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to take a couple of the questions and weave it into my closing remarks, right? And I want you to remember 3 things of what I say: aspire, inspire, conspire. Right? That is how frame it. Aspire. Couple of points around how to get people using walking and cycling infrastructure. We've done some research on looking at how people appropriate public space, and often the argument is that, oh well, the demand for it, people want their cars and etc. But we were in Lagos, the mega city of 29 million people, in Nigeria, the largest countries on the continent. And during the pandemic, during the lockdowns, the first lockdowns, when everything was shut, what happened on the highways? People took to the highways and to be physically active, because suddenly the air was clean, the risk of injury was low, and what it unearthed was an unmet demand for public space that people can use to be physically active. So let's be a little bit careful when we talk about whether we're convincing people to get out of their cars, because a lot of the times actually that demand is unmet and needs to be unearthed. So that's the aspiration, unearthing that aspiration. The other part of unearthing the aspiration I alluded to earlier around how do we actually make this clean transport and on walkability the central guiding principle of urban infrastructure projects? Aspire. Inspire. Two aspects of that. One is what Deo alluded to in terms of the urban planning. In a lot of cities and countries in Africa, the reality is the urban planning form was put into place during colonial times to cater for the minority population, right? So you actually have a fabric of a city that has been placed down to not accommodate the majority. So when we're thinking about redesigning, when we talk about 50-minute cities, that history is still in the fabric. It's still in the fabric of the city. So we have to confront that. And a key part of that is the training. So Inspire, the training of urban planners. Are we still training people on the principles that actually cater for the minority? Or are we thinking about training the urban planners, training the health professionals in a different way? That critical part of inspiration of the next generation is so critical. The other aspect of inspiration is data. We need data to inspire. And you alluded to it, bringing the data from the health, bringing data from the transport environment together. Really powerful to show, like your graph there. And the last is conspire. Again, it's bringing people together. We cannot do this on our own. We need to conspire together. And I want to push back a little bit, Mayor, when you talked about resources are scarce. But you know what? The expertise is there. And often is siloed. Right? So it's either siloed within disciplines, or siloed within a city, or it's siloed within countries. But when you create the spaces like this where people can get together, yes, I might not know in my ministry how to do this, but I realize that actually this conversation's been had in another ministry. So creating the spaces where we can actually conspire together helps us unearth the latent capacities that are actually not yet optimized. So aspire, inspire, conspire. Thank you.
Well, I don't think that you have to convince me, actually, because I know. And we are already adapting the 15 minutes concept by cooperating together and getting all the knowledge and expertise that is necessary. So if you want to have a look in the future, visit my city, I would say. At the same time, that is also my closing point. I think that at the end of the day, you just have to set targets as local council, as governments, and work on this. And sometimes you know that maybe a target to be climate neutral or net zero by 2030 is really outreaching and very strong and tough to follow up upon. But at the same time, if you are not clear towards, for instance, the private sector, towards your citizens, what your target is, what your end game, so to say, is, then people cannot follow you. So I would leave with, yes, you're right, we're preaching to the converted here, and some preachers are better than others, probably. But at the same time, we need to convince a whole different group of people not attending COP here, and therefore we need to be clear about what we are willing, show leadership, bring them on board, and also try to get private sector and the academic world involved, because this is how we in the Netherlands work. And I think that it has even a name, the polder model. I don't want to bore you with this, but it really works. It pays off, and I think that is something which has to be done on the international stage as well. Thank you.
Okay, so we are running out of time. So quickly, just to respond to the question about roadblocks, because I think it's important. So it's during that placemaking project that we did in Nairobi and also in Addis Ababa. So in Nairobi, what we did face initially was resistance to the idea of closing the road, because the businesses in that part of Nairobi, which is a very busy downtown part of Nairobi, so they thought they would lose business. But what happened is, once the roads were made more friendly towards pedestrians and cyclists, and families could come on the weekend, in the evening, safely, and actually conduct business increased. So I think we don't speak about that often enough because there was opposition from all over. But in the end, we didn't go back and say, actually, this has worked very well. So I think you and I should have a conversation and see how we can convince the parents around the school area to actually do this. Thank you.
I close and just to answer to the gentleman there that he was talking about infrastructure and transportation. Of course, infrastructure are very, very important, and we have to consider also the urban scenarios, so to work on urban redevelopment in a sustainable way, in a sustainable with sustainability, but together we think about an integrated approach with land use and transportation. This is very important, and that could be made bringing together at the same table decision makers and operators. Without that, we cannot do it. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Let us all give a big applause to our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sandra Haynes, for having stayed with us online. And that really takes us to the close. And I'm reclaiming the 2 minutes that we started late. The recording of the session and the PowerPoint presentations will be made available, number one. Number two, I think it's pretty clear, health and climate go together, and it matters that we think them together, that we tackle them together. I think we have a strong sort of constituency, and even if we talk a little bit amongst ourselves, it's good to get our narrative right. To help to convince others as well. What came out very clearly as well is that the good old avoid, shift, improve that we developed years back in the transport area still matters very much. So what do I mean? Avoid with the urban planning that we don't need to have as much recourse to transport. Shift, modal shift, and that means public transport, that means non-motorized as well, and then improve, and that goes all the way, as we heard also the examples within public transport. We heard a very vibrant call for engaging people on very different levels. That's from citizen engagement, the consultations to bring them on board for measures, very important. There is a consideration of equity and equality that needs to flow into all of this, and it's about creating this kind of movement where everybody plays a part. And transport is one of those sectors, just like food, for example, where we individually do have decision-making power. So it's back to all of us individually as well. I love the aspire, inspire, and conspire. That will get picked up, I'm pretty sure. I want to add, it's this conspiration. It's about crowding in others, but it's really about collaboration, and that went from the line ministries to getting finance, the private sector, and so on board. I want to really, really highlight the importance of cities in all of this with the leadership, the strong leadership role. And setting targets, not always convenient, but it's a good way getting things done. We need to make sure we give the cities the means to actually take that task full on. It takes a lot of courage as well. I wanted to add that. But the means are important. And then the last bit is about data. And that gives us the reason of why. So we tell the story of why. It helps us determine the what, setting the priorities, and it also helps us to measure success, to hold ourselves accountable. And with that, thank you very much.
Can start? All right. Okay. All right. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know this is a very difficult time of the day, but let me assure you that we are going to have a very interesting short session. And let me welcome all of you, even our virtual participants. My name is Dr. Vincent Pagiwa from the University of Botswana. I'm also the Chance Network Secretariat. And we are here today in this session entitled Advancing African Climate Change and Health Policies and Networking. And this side event is organized by the Chance Network, as well as the Clean Health, WHO Afro region. And this side event aims to bring a dialogue on best practices, opportunities, as well as challenges to advance the climate change and the health agenda in the African region, considering current progress on policy development, tapping into the available collaboration, networks and trends of climate change financing across African countries. With me, I have a number of speakers today, and I will introduce them. First of all, we have got Professor Matthew Chesek. He's a researcher from the Heat Center, Wits University in South Africa. And I have Dr. Brahma Kone, who is a technical officer in the Department of Climate Health, Change and Health portfolio, WHO Afro. And also I have Jennifer Koo. She is a network and engagement lead at the Global Climate and Health Alliance. Then I have my two panelists, Dr. Yakubu Mohammed Baba is the Director General Environmental Health Council of Nigeria, as well as the chairman of the National Institute of Environmental Health in Nigeria. And also I have Mr. Didikas Namanya. He's the health geographer and a focal person for climate change and health, Ministry of Health in Uganda. Without wasting any time, I'm going to give my presenters, the three of them, short time to present. And then after that, I will open up for a dialogue with my panelists, as well as taking questions from the crowds. So I'll hand over the mic to Matthew. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, Vincent. So I'm presenting on behalf of Gloria Maimela. We're both at the University of Witwatersrand, as Vincent mentioned. Can you move to the next slide, please? So the whole concept of the Chance Network draws on lessons from the HIV response in Africa, where having a regional meetings where the policymakers, funders and experts came together and together developed common strategies, common guidelines and approaches to monitoring and financing, etc., was really a game changer in the HIV response and had major efficiencies. So we have really the very similar aim within Chance. And the idea is to have annual or twice a year policy meetings. And the one on the screen was our first meeting we had earlier this year in Tshwane in Pretoria. We had 10 countries. The Minister of Environment spent an hour or two with the team, and we've had a really strong presence of very senior policymakers from many countries. And there was a strong appetite for let's rather work together to make a common set of documents that then get adapted at country level. We have funding for 5 years of activities, and some
some full-time posts, but also the idea is to have a secretariat that is full-time doing all this work. Antonio, next slide, please. So we tackle really two priorities at the moment. So the first one is climate financing. And this slide, I think, just demonstrates how clearly problematic the current situation is in terms of financing and what major changes are needed. So over the whole period where the Green Climate Fund has been active, less than $1 billion have been dispersed for projects. The Adaptation Fund have only dispersed $500 million, whereas an example is the Global Fund and PEPFAR over this kind of period is $9.4 billion dispersed in a single country. And of course the oil industry owns 3 billion profits a day. So clearly we need a major transformation in our approach to climate financing and efficiencies. Next slide, please. So one of the key issues that we have at the Chance meeting, we also had 3 or 4 of the major funders present either online for most of the meeting or in person. The Wellcome Trust had 3 representatives, for example. So we really want to interact very closely with the climate funders. And one of the key problems is that there's no demand or almost no demand for climate financing coming from the health sector. And so it's a supply issue, as you saw from the previous slide, but it also really is a demand issue. We just have not generated demand for funding. So the idea with Chance is to develop these generic full funding proposals, then country level adaptation. Also to work as an intermediary then with the Green Climate Fund or Adaptation Fund or GEF to facilitate this process, given its complexities. And when I say full funding proposals, here I'm really being distinct from readiness and a whole range of other kind of proposals. And of course, there's part of the problem with financing is that there's no health agency accredited by the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund. So of the 140 odd accredited agencies, none are from the health sector, and that's part of the problem with demand. And as I said, a full-time secretariat driving this process is what our long-term aim is. Next slide, please. So our approach here is really to say that we want a triangle, I use a pyramid, we want a pyramid approach. And Chance Network contributes to 3 of these areas, I think. And I think what we haven't done in health yet is to say, what is the end goal? You know, what are we doing with our single intervention projects? What do we want as soon as possible? So that's the light blue. Let's start with the end in mind. It's a national program on climate change and health that has high coverage in all countries in Africa. Like you have a Department of HIV, you have a HIV antiretroviral treatment across the continent, you also have a Department of Climate Change and Health. So that's the end goal. To achieve it, you need bilateral, multilateral, and foundation that refers to Gates Foundation, Gates and Bill and Melinda Gates, for example. You need to have that kind of funding. To achieve that funding, there needs to be national guidelines and also financing proposals. And those then, each country, what's happening currently is each country prepares their own guidelines, prepares their own financing applications or don't. And that's where the top layer of this is. The real large part of the Chance Network is to get regional level coordination where we develop these generic documents that in each country takes and adapts and then submits or goes for policy approval.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Matthew, for such a wonderful presentation. Then I'll hand over the mic to Dr. Kone.
Thank you so much. So I will be just sharing a few slides on the Clean Health Initiative that has been set by WHO, the Regional Office for Africa, in collaboration with the HQ and country offices in the region. Next slide, please. So the Clean Health Initiative has been set as a tool for supporting the implementation of African framework for public health adaptation to climate change. This framework has been adopted in 2011 And the Clean Health comes out in 2013, and it's a virtual hub putting together researchers, decision makers, donors, with all the expertise needed at country level to help institutions understand and integrate climate change challenge into policies, socio-economic planning and programming. So next slide, please. So the first objective of the Clean Health is to encourage collective and intersectorial actions. As you know, working in silos is the worst thing that can be done when it's come to fighting against climate change, to adapting to climate change. So Clean Health first specific objective is to encourage collective work, working together in a multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, multi-sectorial way. And the second sub-objective is to increase the amount of resources, human, financial, technical resources that are available for climate change and health. And the third and last objective, to intensify communication and advocacy effort for climate change and health in Africa. Next slide, please. So this is the main slide, let's say it like that. The achievement of Clean Health since 2013 to 2022. In the process of implementing the Clean Health tool, we support countries in putting in place joint task team for climate and environment issue in the countries. And those joint task team, the first activity is to make a situation analysis and need assessment related to climate and health, environment and health issues in the country. So today, 39 member states have already made the SANAs, the situation analysis and need assessment. And from those 39 countries, 28 have already drafted and start implementing national adaptation plans, national joint case adaptation plan integrating climate and health issue. We also support 90 member states to complete the climate change vulnerability and adaptation assessment. And from those VNAs, and from the 28 national joint action plans, we were able to put in place in 22 countries health national adaptation plan to climate change. And actually we are supporting those countries in implementing the national health adaptation plans. The map you can see is just showing you in the African region the main countries that have been supported through diverse projects, research project, development-oriented project, advocating for policymakers project. These are the countries that have been targeted so far and that were supported in putting in place national climate and health joint case studies, in implementing those studies in the countries in order to help them achieve more adaptation, more resilient to climate change. Next slide. So I will end now by some of those institutions that are part of the Clean Health initiative. And I'm sorry, one of the last who just joined the Clean Health is our Chance Network. We were glad to be in June in Pretoria participating to the launching of this Chance Network. And this slide is coming from a presentation made in Pretoria. So for sure, we did not yet add the Chance Network on it, but for sure, Clean Health, Chance is one of the most important, one of the newcomer to the Clean Health Africa Network. And we're still advocating to get more partners joining the Clean Health in order for us to cover all Africa and also the emerald countries, because some of them are also interested in this platform. Thank you, and over to you, my colleague.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kone. And let me say we have another speaker online, and I kind of forgot to introduce him. We have Mr. Shaban Nawanda from Uganda, and he's a policy and resilience advisor at the Red Cross Crescent Climate Center. Over to you, sir, if you can hear me.
Ask him to unmute.
Is he muted?
Ask him to unmute.
Is he muted?
I don't know. Was there a technical guy? Ask the...
Okay, can you speak? We can't hear you.
Question while we wait, maybe. Is there any question?
Okay, while waiting for Mr. Shaban, is there any burning question quickly that you want to pose to the speakers? If there is any question, I'm free to take one or two. All right. Can you ask him to try to talk? Okay. Unmute if you are
Yes,
not. If you are muted, Shaban.
I can hear you quite well, but I don't think that you can hear me. So I request that you allow my other gadgets.
We can hear you now.
There is another. Okay, great. Colleagues, I once again would like to introduce myself. I'm Shaban Mawanda from the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center. And today I would like to share briefly with you the challenges and opportunities for climate and health financing in Africa. I am calling from Nairobi right now, where we're having the Red Cross Movement PGI and Climate Summit also happening right now. So again, we tried to look at climate and health financing between 2009 and 2019, and we did an analysis of the funding patterns and also trends. And some of the findings that we saw could be a bit shocking, but maybe some are known to all of you, is that just a small magnitude of the funded projects are actually applying directly to the health sector. And that is about 6 out of the 2,797 that we reviewed. But then there were a few others, 21 others that included health. And we're looking at financing coming from the Adaptation Fund, the Green Climate Fund, the LDC Fund, but also the Special Climate Change Fund. But largely, much of what I'm talking about is 72% coming from the Green Climate Finance. So again, just like the previous speakers have mentioned, about only 0.37% of the bilateral and multilateral funded climate projects are going towards health-related adaptation projects. What is also shocking is even this limited funding is focusing on the national health systems, but also there is a negligible focus on the local health adaptation. So within the health projects, we saw that the bigger funding is going to nutrition, about 68.5% going to nutrition, but also other funding out of the little that we saw goes to WASH and infectious diseases. So again, we saw critical gaps towards health capacity and also health infrastructure. I think my colleague Didas, who is part of the panelists today, will share more about the workshop that we just held on climate and health in Uganda. But the challenges that were coming out when we talk about climate and health were majorly on ensuring that there's a limited funding, there is limited utilization of early warning systems for health, inadequate prioritization attributed to limited political will. We also thought that there was limited research on climate and health, and also gaps in coordination and health infrastructure. So some of the recommendations finally that were coming up was the need to integrate climate change into health capacity building. How do we ensure that the trainings that we are offering, the health sector also integrate climate? How do we ensure dedicated increase in climate financing to the health sector? And also the need to invest in empirical research on climate and health, because we thought that that was still a bit lacking, and also strengthening resilient health infrastructure and more awareness on the climate and health nexus, but also utilizing more early warning systems for health. We have 4 key messages that we would like to deliver at this stage finally, using this especially for COP27. One is to encourage donor adaptation funding to the low and middle income countries to include and target health adaptation. Number 2 is to include health champions in climate, in delegations to the UNFCCC. I'm glad that for the case of my country, Didas Namanya is there, a part of the Ugandan delegation. So I think we need to really take that. Second, lastly, is that the climate resilience of health systems infrastructure needs strengthening. Of course, so far we are dependent on existing political will, but if, for instance, we need to really look at achieving universal health coverage, I think we need climate resilience of health systems infrastructure. And lastly, but not the least, is that can we really develop a target and a timeline for the development of health NAPs. We see discrepancies. Many of the other sectors are progressing when it comes to the development of medium and longer term adaptation priorities. So for instance, the agriculture sector, we see advancement, but then when it comes to the health sector, we see some discrepancies there. So again, in order to tap into the existing adaptation financing, we think that we need to come up with a target on especially the health sectors of NAPs, how many countries. I also noted that for instance, the WHO Africa Region Office, my colleague has just presented that they are making a lot of strides, but I think we need to come up with this target. So thank you very much for inviting me, and I will hand back to Vincent.
Thank you so much, Shaban. And I want to take it over to you, Jennifer. And from the 3 presentations, something that stands out is networking and collaboration in trying to advance climate change and health policies and financing. So what's the role of the civil society and partners for advancing climate change and health agenda in Africa? What's your take?
You can hear me okay? Thank you so much for the question, and thank you for having me here. We've been, at GCHA, we've been very fortunate to work with several of the networks on the stage. I was very lucky to be at the Chance Network meeting in June. We've done some work with AMREF Health Africa that also is working in networks. And I think one of the most interesting engagements that GCHA has had was during the pandemic, an online regional consultation in the Afro region in collaboration with WHO Afro that did bring a lot of civil society together online to talk about health and climate change on the continent. And I think the power of those conversations was connecting the people who are seeing the impacts, the health impacts of climate change in their practice. We heard from health professionals in more than one country who were saying, we're seeing malaria in the highlands. One of them was definitely Uganda, but I think there's another country as well where malaria has moved into places they hadn't seen before. And I think rooms like this where policy happens, spaces like this, like COP, can feel very heady and very theoretical, and we can make a lot of, governments can make a lot of like policies that are theoretical, and as long as, but it's important then to continue connecting with civil society, to make spaces and networks where civil society and government come together so that the reality and the lived experience of people is being fed back into that government decision making. And I think GCHA sees that we're an organization of organizations. We really see power in people bringing the lived experience from their patients, but we also see a lot of power in the collaborations that can happen when people who are trying to solve the same problem but in slightly different ways can come together and collaborate and find new solutions together. So that's one of the reasons I'm excited about these groups coming together and having this conversation.
Thank you, Jennifer. And is there any pending question quickly before I give over to my panelists? Any question from the floor? There is any microphone?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Peace, and then I'm from Liberia. And my question is going straight to Clean Health Africa. Yeah. Okay. So firstly, I want to say thank you for the work you are doing. And that, like he said, I should introduce myself more. So I work for the Liberian Youth for Climate Actions in Liberia, and we focus on climate literacy. It's a youth-oriented NGO. But I want to commend you for the work because it is my first time hearing about Clean Health, and it is a great work, very, very much amazing thing. But I want to know how are you people working along with young people, most especially individual and youth NGO around the globe?
Thank you so much. To make sure I get your point, you want to know how we are working with youth and local NGOs. Thank you so much for this question. Indeed, Clean Health, as you can see, is an open space for collaboration. And we are making this collaboration from the top to down, but we are also mostly encouraging a bottom-up approach. This means that we are also supporting any idea that can come from the ground. And you, civil society, NGOs, community leaders, are the one who can come with most rooted issue, being evidence, being problem related to climate change and health, being solutions that have been tested elsewhere. So yes, for sure, Clean Health is open to this kind of collaboration, and feel free at any moment. The gentleman who gave you the microphone, Antonis Koliminakis, is from the office. Feel free to take his contact and let us work together. If you have any idea of how we can improve collaboration with NGOs, with civil society, you are almost welcome. And we are always open to that. This is the sense of working out of silos, working with each one. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any other question? All right. I will now want to have a discussion with my panelists. These are policymakers. And from the presentations, I'm sure you were listening very carefully. And a lot of issues were raised. And most of those issues, there are policy issues, financing issues, and policy issues such as development of frameworks, national programs, as well as adaptation. So I want you to take it from there. What's your take from these three presentations?
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Yakubu Baba. I'm the Director General, Environmental Health Council, Nigeria. Let me first and foremost start by commending the WHO for providing this leadership, because we believe in Nigeria that we cannot work in silos, and the solution to climate change is networking and collaboration. For the sake of emphasis also, I believe the issue of climate change, the most affected infrastructure are public health infrastructure. And also, most at times, the negative effect is multi-cycular, and it's a vicious cycle. And I believe for us to really achieve the targets of net zero to carbon emission, we need to look at financing the health sector. We are lucky in Nigeria because we have the council in the Ministry of Environment, and in the spirit of One Health concept, there is this integration between the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Agriculture. I also want to commend WHO for the support they have given so far, because Nigeria is one of the signatory to the agreement on climate adaptation in our health system through resilience and adaptation. And also WHO has provided the national surveillance system in Nigeria. Why I think it is a good opportunity for Nigeria to participate. Nigeria is the most populous African country. Anywhere you go, you see 5 Africans, 3 must be Nigerians. And for us to address the issue of climate change in Africa, Nigeria is the focal point, because addressing climate change in Nigeria alone will solve up to 50% of the climate challenges in Africa. And we believe that as a nation, we have come with policy framework, and also not only policy framework, we have started doing not only the talking, we have started implementation of looking outside the box. Because we believe climate change issues are local issues, and they need local solutions. So for you to even approach the donor agencies, you need to know the local technology and local innovations that you have that can provide solutions at the local level. For example, as we speak today, as a country, we don't even have the indoor air quality index. Likewise, the outdoor-indoor air quality index. And for us, even when the developed countries are saying that they are the major emitting countries, but Africa, we are the most at the receiving end, because we contribute significantly less than 3% of the emission. And most of these emissions are coming up as a result of collapses of our public health infrastructure. So this is make the emphasis of more health financing to address climate change. Forget about the huge money being spent or pumped into the industries and other bigger emitters. But at the local level, it is the public health responsibility which the environmental health officers by law in all African countries are enforcing. So I want to solicit that for us to go for a way forward, we need to also see the possibility of collaboration with WHO to review our national policies on climate change, putting recognition on the health aspect, and also more importantly, there is a program called environmental impact assessment. But we must also incorporate through WHO health impact assessment as an integral part of EIA. Without doing that, we will not be solving the problem of climate change. Secondly, we need to, I'm happy we are speaking, Africa is speaking in bulk this time around, because we have realized that we cannot work in silos, and we believe Nigeria also, we are taking lead because we have put all the national policy and the framework on ground, and we are also ready to learn from our neighboring countries. For the sake of emphasis, climate change issues are local issues. So we must think outside the box. We must also provide alternative funding internally before we start seeking funding from the developed countries. Because when this issue of flooding came, you know, there is a lot of loss and damage, and it's an emergency situation. And you don't wait for too long for an intervention to come. So we need to talk as Africa, we need to think as Africa, and also we need to think outside the box and see how we can contribute in a little way at the family level, at the community level, at the local government level, at the society level on the issue of climate adaptation, climate resilience, and also sustainable way of addressing climate change. Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Didkas.
Thank you very much. Let me start by introducing myself. I'm Didakas Namanya, and I'm the focal person for climate change and health in the Ministry of Health in Uganda. Reflecting on what the speakers mentioned, I think they touched on two key things. Professor Matthew talked about financing, and Dr. Kome talked about partnerships. I think these are two key important ingredients of tackling the climate change aspect. We know that financing is at the center. We have been talking about it in almost every environment. We need financing. We need collaboration. I want to take it from that and mention that in climate change we need more than that. We have talked about intersectoral collaboration, but we need to talk about public-private partnerships. I was happy to observe in your presentation that there are many private organizations that you are partnering with. Within our countries, we also need to look at the private actors, the industries, the companies doing communication, so that we can collaborate with them in order to tackle the effect of climate change impacts on health. I want to mention that Professor Matthew from the universities are very critical in bringing up the evidence that we need to improve our policies, to improve our strategies. We need evidence and knowledge and data in order to be able to convince the politicians. Fortunately, in the case of Uganda, our politicians, our government is very compliant. It is very supportive. The political will is in place. They have participated in the the last COP, 2026 COP, and they made the commitments. One of the commitments was to do a vulnerability and adaptation assessment for the country. Secondly, to develop the national adaptation plan for the health sector. And of course, to use these to develop a resilient low carbon health system. So there is political will in Uganda. We need to build on this with the support of our partners, the global partners, WHO, chance to give us the information so that we can strengthen the response and build the capacity of the health sector in Uganda. For now, that's what I can mention about the topics that is under discussion. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much, my panelists. I've got my repertoire, they're taking important notes. And I want to challenge the presenters. Both presenters, they showed some achievements. They said, this is what we have achieved. Indeed, if that was what they have achieved, did it reach home? Did you feel the impact of what they have done in the ministries, as policymakers, in national programs? Is what they're doing, the networking and the partnerships, did it reach home?
Let me take it from the theme of this COP. Together, do you know the theme? The theme of this COP? Together for implementation. I think, from my personal opinion, we are still at we have the information. We need to move from there to action. Other side events were mentioning, we need to move from the talking to the action. I think we are still doing the talking as far as health sector is concerned. We have a lot of information, we have developed strategies, we have declarations, the Libreville Declaration. We are still talking. We need to move from there to action. I think that's the biggest message for me on my behalf that we should take from here. Let's go and do something on the ground so that we can have an impact on our climate change and health impacts, rather than continuing talking. The talking is okay, but we need to act, and act big. I was mentioning earlier on that when you move around, the message is on the walls. There is no health. There is energy, there is gender, there is industry. Where is health? It needs to come on the high table of COP. How can we use our platform, using global organizations, using national delegations to move health from the talking to the national high table of COP? I hope we can achieve this in the next COP, in COP 28. Thank you.
All right, over to you, Dr. Baba.
Well, Nigeria as a nation, we have gone beyond the talking. In a modest way, being the practitioners at the grassroots, so far we have done some pilot projects by creating awareness and building capacity. Because we believe at the community level, you cannot ask people to stop using energy sources that pollute the environment without giving them alternative sources of cooking. So we have started building capacity at the community level on how they can use plastic waste and do what we call smokeless charcoal as a clean cooking strategy. Not only that, we know plastic marine or plastic waste is a problem globally. So we have also started training youths to combat this plastic waste into briquettes, into interlocks, and is working. Not only that, we have looked at the level of emission in our abattoir, because in Africa, we always like to smoke our meat before we take it to the markets. And when you look at the level of the emission in our abattoirs, and also unhygienic process of that process. So what we have taken as a proactive measures, we have started building biogas digesters, where these wastes that contain a lot of biomass can be converted into biogas. And the biogas will be channeled for the butchers to be able to also use to reduce drastically the emission at the abattoir level. And that is what we call thinking outside the box. Nigeria has come up with energy transition plan. And I believe we are very strategic when it comes to the implementation of the energy transition plan in Nigeria. So we would like also the WHO to take a lead, like what my colleague has said. The emphasis, and for us to get it right, the health financing should be at the top gear, because the effect of climate change is more on health than even environment itself. So we need to change the narration, and we need to speak with a loud voice so that at the global level they will know the importance, and they will know that the achievements of net zero cannot be attained without putting the health financing at the top gear. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kona. So now I'll open up for questions from the floor. Okay, we have some hands. Okay, we'll start from the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Susan Nandudu. I come from Uganda. Thank you for speaking about health and climate change. From a presentation given earlier, Professor, I think, mentioned that there are some countries that have been supported to develop adaptation plans in health. Was that correct? I am curious to know some detail around what is emerging in those adaptation plans and assessments. What key interventions are needed within the health sector that qualify as adaptation actions? And listening from Nigeria, I hear like indeed partnerships are going to be strongly needed, because interventions that are being talked about relate with communications, relate with energy, so partnering with other sectors. So really helpful to hear some of what is emerging out of those assessments. And lastly is to ask, are you seeing any relationship with sexual and reproductive health and rights coming out of, you know, these studies that are coming out? Because I feel like we need to go a layer under the impacts of climate change and zoom in and see how these linkages impact on the communities and integrate them at policy level. Our recently updated NDC speaks to reproductive health in one line, but doesn't give any detail around that. So it would be nice to learn from you what is coming out. Thank you.
All right, I think I'll take the answers then to the next question. So I like that this question is actually covering both of you presenters. So I don't know whether you start.
So thank you so much. I think your question had two aspects. The first one was related to adaptation. How, what may be, what some of the example of key adaptations actions in the health sector. Yeah, the health national adaptation plans are firstly coming from what we call the vulnerability and adaptation assessment. It's starting by what are the main areas of the health system that are vulnerable, what are already adaptations options that are ongoing or that are needed, and from there we now plan how to tackle the needs and coming with support for those needs. Let me just show you one example. When a flooding event came, making a remote area inaccessible to healthcare workers, how those areas can be supported with healthcare services. One way could be to anticipate the access of those services by energy and internet access. When you got energy and internet access in an area that cannot be attended physically by additional support for the healthcare in a case of extreme event like the flooding event, you may see how telemedicine can be implemented because you have energy and you have internet access. So if that came from the vulnerability and adaptation assessment of a country as a need, we then try to see how to support this country in order to give to the more remote area power access and additionally internet access that can be useful in the case of extreme event. And some of those adaptation options are also coming with mitigation options. Because one way to assure power access can be through solar energy. So by trying to fulfill this need, we try to give solar power option to those remote areas. And this is good because it's a co-benefit issue. It helps mitigate climate change by using clean energy sources. And it also helps adaptation option in the case of an emergency like a flooding event. This is one of the examples I can give you.
Thanks. I think your questions were really, really interesting. So to oversimplify, I think that there's two approaches to adaptation in health. And it's late in the afternoon, so I'll really make this simple as I see it. There's a very broad approach where you do a very wide vulnerability assessment, and you might look at things like the effect of climate change on poverty and then on health. You might look at the disaster or extreme weather event responses, changes in infectious disease pattern, and of course something like heat exposure. So it's a very broad approach and a lot of time spent on those assessments and on making policies. The alternative is a very pragmatic approach where you might say in this country or in this area there's one or two interventions that we would like to get rolled out, like to get funded through an existing mechanism, and that has high impact, and that you show success, and through success you then can continue to ask for money and then expand from that simple program into these more broader areas. So I think there's those two. And the key challenge to the first option is that the climate funders like Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund, they don't want complicated things. And they don't want things that are not clearly ascribed to climate change. So you can't go to Green Climate Fund and ask for support for malaria program. They'll send you to Gavi. So my approach really is just this is my view, yeah, is to have a very simple, targeted approach. And you mentioned sexual and reproductive health. Is to have, we know that in Africa, pregnant women are highly vulnerable to heat exposure. And we know that heat is something you can attribute to climate change. And we know that the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund are interested in funding something in this area, like painting roofs white or some form of early warning system or some process. And then use that as, you write your 100 pages, you get that grant funded after a few years, and then you start and you build on the adaptation. So, yeah, those are the dichotomy really, in my view.
Do you want to touch on something, John? Okay. All right. We have another second question. Okay.
Yes, thank you. My name is Nyawera, and I'm from Kenya, and thank you all for your comments. It's been really insightful to hear, especially what you said, the representative from Nigeria, I'm sorry, I forget your name, about the importance of funding from home before funding, requesting funding from abroad. My question is related to accountability measures and mechanisms, because it's good to discuss all these solutions, but then it's important to make sure that they follow through. And in your experience, I'd be really interested to know what are some of the mechanisms and measures that are proving effective in holding both private and public sector participants accountable with all the discussions that happen at all these climate events. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to answer that, Dr. Baba?
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I believe the private sector have a greater role to play when it comes to the issue of bringing solution to climate change at the community level. And the government has to create an enabling environment to protect the investors from investing in that sector. Again, the leaders or the government has to show leadership. I want to share the experience in the Nigerian context. You know, in Nigerian system, we work under what we call the budgeting system. And the budgeting system also goes through the constraint of an envelope. So within the constraint of your envelope, you need to identify what are your priority areas. Once you have identified the priority areas, then you identify also through your need assessment who are the vulnerable communities. Then you go and cite your projects in an area where you identify the vulnerability. And once you are able to do a pilot projects and people have seen the workability of the projects, the enabling environment is there, then the private sector will come in. And I believe also one of the critical resources that we have in Africa is the waste. And that waste is a huge resource that you can be able to do a lot of things with the resource. Let me give you a typical example. Domestic waste. You can be able to convert it into manure and is very good for organic farming. And when you see the yield in the organic farming, you can also equally import it, because we have realized in the environment sector, and that's why we are having a good interface with the Ministry of Agric, that why most of our agricultural products are not going to be exported is because we are using inorganic chemicals as fertilizers. And also, you know, it has residual effects on the environment. So we need to come up with a solution. And the solution is, with the number of waste we are generating in our cities, we are inviting investors to come so that they can be able to convert this waste into manure and also energy. Because waste too can be converted into energy, and it will be an energy sources. So you need to create the enabling environment, make sure that the investors' funds are very safe. And I believe in Africa, so many developed countries are ready to come to transfer the technology, because the technology is there. And we need to create the enabling environment so that we can be able to get more people to come and invest and contribute significantly in the reduction of the climate challenges in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baba. So there was a third question before that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the space to ask the question. The first one I have was for the... Okay, Cosma Sakala. I come from Zambia Red Cross Society. Yes, my first concern is that when I heard about health missing in many other discussions, what immediately came to my mind was that with that approach, we may be perpetuating the silos. But I was thinking that health should be seen in an integrated manner. That where they are talking about scarcity of water because of climate change, the destination of that road is ill health, because there will be sufficient water for food production. There's household food insecurity. When there's household food insecurity, there's a high risk of malnutrition, especially for children. That's ill health. And many others, when we talk about agriculture being affected and many other sectors, at the end of the day, we'll be talking about ill health. So I think we should begin to see health in a more integrated manner than in a narrow view of absence of disease, but look at it in a holistic approach. And when we are doing an assessment, therefore, vulnerability and capacity assessment or adaptation assessment, health should do just but one sector of an area that is being assessed. Then I don't know who will pick this question. It's about when you look at policies, we might be advocating for better policies that will ensure to promote health in the face of climate change. But there's a lot of politics and trade-offs that happen between allowing an investment to take place, regardless of the harm that that investment will do to the environment at the end of the day, to the health of the people. There's a lot of trade-offs that happen, the politics that play around that. You see that even a project that, even from a layman's view, you can tell that it is emitting, it is causing damage to the people around. What really is your experience? Maybe chance, maybe clean health. I don't know if you've got that role to ask those questions to the technocrats who allow such kind of investments to take place. But finally, it's about chance and also clean health. You have indicated WHO as part of your partners. I don't know how that partnership goes, because when it comes to funding, I've seen WHO, unless maybe it's only in my country, only works through the government machinery and not any other outside government. So I don't know whether you have bilateral support in terms of funding from WHO, because WHO normally it does the funding through the member states. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this question goes to the two of you. Yep.
Thank you so much. The last part of your questions is maybe calling to a better explanation on what is Clim Health. Clim Health is an entity that have been put in place by WHO. So Clim Health is a tool for WHO to support multi-sectorial work in order to tackle climate change and health issues. So there is no Clim Health on one side and WHO on the other side. Clim Health is a tool that has been put in place by WHO and other partners, UN Environment, and Chance, who just came on board on it. Now, how we are working in countries. Yes, the first partners in countries for WHO, through the country offices, WHO country offices, have a Ministry of Health. But these are the entrance point in the countries. But they are not the only ones we are working with. If you look at the Clim Health, we told you one of the first things we did with Clim Health in the frame of the Libreville Declaration on Environment and Health was to encourage countries to do what we call situation analysis and need assessment. And those situation analysis and need assessment cover health and environment issues. While doing so, the joint actions to tackle the issue coming from the situation analysis and need assessment cannot be only health related, health seen as a disease related. It cannot be only that. It's a global approach to health, being not only an absence of disease, but a global well-being situations. And for that, we are working with all ministries and all stakeholders locally. And remember, the first question was related to NGOs. Even NGOs in countries, when those NGOs are well known for what they are doing in the field of environment and health, we can collaborate with those partners locally. But the main thing is that all those collaboration will be made through the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health will be around in connecting with all other actors, all other sectors that need to join the issue. I hope that give more clarity to how Clim Health is working so far.
So I'd like to pick up on the question around if health should be integrated into water, poverty reduction and development, etc., or if there are benefits maybe of health standing alone and acting in its own right and with its own strength and bringing this voice of credibility that health is seen in the world. And it's quite late in the afternoon, so let's try and be a little bit, I'm going to be a little bit reflective here and take a step back. At the moment, the progress you're seeing at COP and in the world, we are drifting in the right direction. Maybe. We're drifting towards beginning to reduce the emissions. We're drifting towards electric cars and we're drifting a little bit. But the reality is we need massive transformative shifts We need the world to shift dramatically, not drift. So what actors in the world can bring about a shift? Will it be our politicians, or are they part of this drift? Will it be the fossil fuel industry, or are they gently going to drift towards emissions reductions? Will it be activists, Extinction Rebellion, Just Stop Oil? Are they going to bring this massive shift, or are they just going to be put in prison? Will it be, I don't know where, who else I'm left with? My challenge to the health sector is really the shift. We're running out of actors who can cause a shift in global behaviors and in the world. And my only suggestion I've come up with is the health sector to stand up, to get its backbone going, and to be responsible for making the shift. In the absence of them standing up, I'm afraid the world and our health is going to drift towards destruction. I don't know, Jen.
It's getting heated.
Just to pick up on the silos point, I do really think, though, that there is, as health is standing up, a really powerful role for health, civil society, and health decision makers to collaborate with other sectors. We know, like, cleaning transportation and having mass electrified public transport has the potential to deliver cleaner air and safer streets, and ultimately, you know, dreaming of what, like, mass electrified public transit would do for a city like Nairobi. Nairobi's a super cool city, and if you could get around that in a way that didn't involve sitting in traffic for, like, the hours that I have experienced sitting in traffic in Nairobi, while also having the city be well connected and the air be clean, that improves everybody's standard, like, that improves health for everybody. But I don't think that improved health is necessarily the outcome of renewable energy. I don't think improved health is necessarily the outcome of better transportation. So I think health actors need to be in those conversations in the other sectors, because sometimes we get decisions that, like, are better for the climate but not better for people's health. And so I think health is needed in those rooms, both to push ambition, to protect or push ambition around climate action, but also to ensure that the solutions that we have are actually improving people's health.
I have only 2 minutes left. I wish I could take it further. I'll give you 1 minute, 1 minute.
Just 1 minute.
1 minute, yes.
Well, I think there is a missing link. And the missing link is this. I want to ask, has anybody seen environmental impact assessment reports? When you see environmental impact assessment reports, the health component is missing. And we believe the essence of EIE is the impact on health. So I want to call on WHO to do two things. One, make sure that African countries institutionalized the issue of health impact in any project and program. Then also build capacity on health impact assessment. Without doing that, I'm telling you, the missing link will always be there. Thank you.
Yeah, as we conclude, I wanted to make a comment about my colleague from Zambia about, I didn't in any way propose that we are going to a zero by proposing that health should be visible. Visibility is also very critical. I want to reflect on what one of the side events on financing mentioned, that regarding water, energy, they are getting proposals, but health, there is nothing. We need guidance and support in that area so that we can also join instead of having the missing middle. The climate change is there, the impacts are there, the finance is there, but the proposals are not coming out. How can we get support so that we can participate in that and get resources to respond to the impacts of climate change. I did not propose in any way that we should have work in silos. Moreover, health is cross-cutting. It is cross-cutting. We must work with other sectors. We must work with transport. We must work with water, environment, and all the other sectors. So that's what I wanted to state. And finally, I wanted to say that in Uganda, we have done some modest attempts of tackling climate change, planting trees at health facilities, tackling malaria interventions, and all that. And we are looking at having a systematic vulnerability assessment and a plan which we can implement systematically. I conclude. Thank you.
All right, I've gone beyond our time by 1 minute, so I'll close the questions, and I want to apologize for the many questions that were coming. I saw a lot of hands. I think from here, don't worry, I'll give you my contact details. You can forward your questions, and we can still forward them to the panelists, and they will respond, because this is collaboration work. And let me thank you, all of you, for coming. My virtual participants, we always forget them. Probably they have questions as well. You may also as well visit our website, the Chance Network, the Clean Health, and also contact us. Let me thank my panelists, speakers for this wonderful time. Can we clap hands for that good job they did? All right, thank you so much. We have come to the end of our session. Oh, yeah, we need a picture.